Honorable members, the assembly now resumes. We continue from where we left it. We had Fonyi Kansala was the last speaker. I now invite the honorable member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I think this is a rare opportunity. Few National Assembly members will have an opportunity like this to deliberate on such an important and a sensitive business. And what makes it more serious as far as National Assembly members are concerned, the establishment of this Special Select Committee was sanctioned and moved by members of Parliament themselves. Extraordinary session was called where members debated extensively about the matter in question, and committee was later established where we believe the constitution of that committee has across all parts of the National Assembly. So that gave us confidence that the outcome of the results would definitely look like what we have on the table today. And this is why during the first debate on the motion to establish a special select committee, I told my colleagues that we should be able to approach this matter bipartisanshiply and put aside all sentiments and look at the substance objectively. Honorable Speaker, let me thank your humble office and the office of the clerk for the provision of the necessary logistic to the disposal of the chairman of the Special Select Committee and the committee members. Special equipment mechanisms were put in place for communication and a lot to ensure that this work is done and to ensure transparency during the hearings of the committee through National Assembly networks, either YouTube or Facebook Live. People were following sessions. So that shows how well we were ready to ensure transparency in this proceeding. I want to also thank the committee chair for professionalism and ethical conduct, the way you have moderated over the affairs of the committee. It tells a lot about this house. This is how an independent body works. So I want to thank you for that leadership that you have provided the committee with, and the rest of the committee for the good job they've done, the questions they've posed, and their cooperation and compliance with the rules that you've put to yourself that would guide your deliberations. It's worth commending. Your clerks, of course, and that of your technical backup, the legal team have done a tremendous work. We have seen the interrogations that has happened between them and senior government officials who are more senior in their respective fields, but they've interrogated them objectively to an extent that you think they are even more senior. So the lead counsel and the rest of the legal team, we say thank you so much. The committee secretariat, who has provided you with all the reporting techniques and to compile all the documents, we want to tell them thank you very much for this job. And I want to comment my deliberation by thanking all of you and the rest of the members of parliament who has contributed to the success of this work. Honorable Speaker, this report revealed a lot. It is not administrative lapses. It is not violation of law. You have seen frauds deliberately on a broad daylight on this report. For that being the matter, I will take the assembly through the landed properties. That will be my deliberation. If you read this report, you cannot read everything. But for you to quickly have heart attack, please read the landed report, the landed properties. Honorable Speaker, this will give you the testimony of the former Attorney General. The testimony, I don't know if it was virtual, I want to be told, what testimony do you have had from the former finance minister? Because I have seen some of submissions he has made to the committee. I would want to know if these submissions were physically done, or it was virtual, or he has already only submitted documents to you. Former finance minister, Mamburenjai. Honorable Speaker, it was revealed in the report, but somebody quoted that no recommendation was made for the current Attorney General. There is a very strong and in fact a more severe recommendation against the current Attorney General, probably than many people found wanting in this report. Honorable Speaker, may I refer this assembly to page 154. Page 154, if you look at that page, it reveals a lot. This committee receives both physical testimonies and submissions by various witnesses. And it was revealed that the former Attorney General, Batambedu, has followed all the laws, the procedures in setting up a committee. This report revealed that. In fact, if you read the report, it tells you his altercation in a written letter from the former Minister of Finance, Mamburenjai, and to him, stating that illegality of establishing a committee of this nature without following the due process, without following the law, and threats, several threats, has pursued his letter to refer them to the law, to tell that would threaten his job, perhaps. Honorable Speaker, the page I referred you to, it says, paragraph 504, this committee is in receipt of both technical and interministerial committee report. It is the observation of the committee that both reports remain unsigned, and none of the witnesses were in a position to produce a signed copy of this, to this honorable committee. When the committee posed to the Secretary to Cabinet why unsigned report was of the interministerial task force was tabled and discussed at the Cabinet, he was unable to explain, but admitted that this was both unusual and improper. It is telling you an interministerial committee was established, their report was unsigned, it was tabled and discussed in Cabinet. The flaws in the system of governance. That was not even an authentic document. Because for that report to be authenticated and validated before being tabled accepted at the cabinet, supposed to be signed. Who is the head of the cabinet? Who is the head of the cabinet? Head of the cabinet is, of course, the head of state. He presides over affairs of the cabinet, over cabinet meetings. The report is telling us that this report was not signed, but tabled and discussed in cabinet. Let me proceed a little bit. It says it is the evidence of the former Attorney General. To this exists a signed copy of the report. What is telling us, a former Attorney General telling them a signed copy existed. A signed copy existed, but he could not produce. He could not produce a signed copy. In fact, informing Parliament that this exists when it doesn't exist is a contempt of the House. It's about lying on the oath. I don't know at what time has the person actually gave you this information, but telling you something exists and each witness that appeared before the committee has been administered an oath before they testified. So telling you that an information exists and you realize it doesn't exist is a line of on the oath. Honorable Speaker, but it doesn't stop there. It says the Interministerial Task Force Committee, that is paragraph 505, reports in hearing and marked Annex E. 506, it says the evidence before the committee demonstrates that February 2020, the irregularities surrounding the management and disbursal under the discovery of the recovered assets, as discussed above, had already been comprehensively documented. But the current Attorney General is found seriously wanted. What happened, Honorable Speaker? It would have appeared that when the former Attorney General flows all these laws, excluding the Minister for Finance from the Interministerial Committee, we would have expected that when a new minister is appointed, all these flaws, all these anomalies, all these violations of the law would have been regulated, would have been called to the order. We expected that the current Attorney General would have called the cabinet to the order and tell them, look, what has happened in my absence, I have no control over that, but office's continuity. As a result, I'm trying to normalize what has gone wrong. But he refused to do that. And this is what committee found. I love this committee. This committee says, if you look at 5 or 7 paragraphs, it is against this background that the committee considered it significant that approximately 4 months after the changes between the Honorable Njai and Honorable Tambidu, the later vacated office. The later vacated office. It says, while the committee considered that a change in the holder of the office of the Attorney General should have ordinarily presented an opportunity for institutional correction, evidence before the committee shows that the structures, decisions, and all the abnormalities in the disbursal process previously objected to, including the execution of the Minister for Finance and the operation of the recovery account outside the Treasury framework, were not materially altered upon the assumption of the office by the succeeding Minister, Honorable Dauda Jallow. He refused to correct them because he benefited, or he also tried to accomplish the project that was started by the former minister. And he persisted to change this. This is why if you look at the recommendation, and before you reach the recommendation, if you look at paragraph 5 or 11, 511 rather, the committee similarly finds that by opening commercial bank account without authorization and by passing the Accountant General, Honorable Tambidi created parallel financial system that operated outside the constitutional and statutory frameworks provided in the Public Finance Act. That happened. It doesn't stop there. The committee still finds that if you look at paragraph 512, the committee finds the threat of criminal proceedings against the Minister of Finance for insisting on compliance with the Public Finance Act to be distasteful, distasteful, unethical, and constitute an abuse of the Attorney General's position and an attempt to obstruct legislative oversight by the colleague minister. This was the threat that pursued the former finance minister. The committee still finds that the committee does compelled to conclude that Honorable Tambidi's conduct fell far short of standards expected of the Attorney General and the Minister for Justice. The principal legal advisor to the government charged under section 72(2) of the Constitution with ensuring that all government actions comply with the law. These were violations that happened. Violations of law. The chief custodian of the Constitution, the supreme law of our land, violated the law. And we expected that this would have been corrected, but it was never. Honorable Speaker, the committee still finds that the disposal of certain landed properties was undertaken without clear statutory or regulatory frameworks governing the sales of forfeited immovable assets. The committee finds that too. The committee further finds that the procedures adopted failed to meet the minimum standard of due process, fairness, and accountability required in the disposal of public assets. And as a result of all this that I have said, the committee recommends and tell you, the public and the National Assembly, that the executive, through the police, conduct criminal investigation under the supervision of the Director of Public Prosecution and institute criminal proceedings against the former Attorney General and the Minister for Justice, Honorable Tambidu, for, among other things, for systematic and deliberate violation of Public Finance Act 2014, abuse of office, economic crimes, and among other things. The committee further recommends to you that the Honorable Attorney General and the Minister for Justice, Honorable Dauda Jallo, be reprimanded for perpetuating and validating unlawful administrative arrangements established by the predecessor. This is what I'm saying. He refused to correct the anomalies done by the predecessor. So this very House recommends that him be reprimanded. The committee recommends that the Asset Management and Recovery Corporation, AMRC, be immediately reconstituted. I am not surprised they are trying to wind out AMRC. I am not surprised. It's a huge cover-up. And Assembly is telling you that, please do not wind it out. Do not wind down this institution. Reconstitute an institution again. We want to investigate the anomalies that happen. Honorable Speaker, these are some of the things that are happening. These are the issues that are happening in this country. Honorable members of Parliament, several reports were laid here that concern sanctions for public officers. What is our level of follow-up in terms of implementation of those things? Because when we were adopting the resolution to establish this committee, I questioned. I said, what is the result? What is the outcome? After, when the investigation is done, the committee has done a brilliant work. We argued here. Okay, it's a committee, it's a government member, deputy minority, majority leader. He cannot chair the committee. We believe that he may not be very much independent and impartial. But this is his work. This is the great work done by them. Honorable members, I'm not sure any member is prepared to come and be countering other members after their deliberation when you have 1 million issues before you. Let's join hands to put this country on track. Honorable Speaker, let's have a look at page 149. Page 149, I mark it as executive failure, paragraph 481. It says, the committee received evidence from both the former and the current Attorney General and the Minister for Justice, the former and present cabinet secretaries and members of the cabinet, all of whose evidence revealed that the administrative process adopted by the executive in disposing of assets identified by the commission in this document should tell us is Janneh Commission, particularly the landed properties, was in two folds, i.e., through the appointment of the interministerial committee with the sub-technical committee mandated to advise on third parties' claims and to advise report to cabinet on other matters as it is related to the landed properties, and the appointment of the receiver to dispose of some of the landed properties. Honorable Speaker, it would surprise this very House that a receiver made a profit of over 100 million out of this business. Honorable Speaker, kindly permit me, I would refer the committee to that place. Honorable Speaker, the newly landed properties, go to page 145. Newly discovered properties. The Commission in its report noted that the investigation into certain properties were not conclusive and that further investigation was required. Particularly for the following identified landed properties: Kersering Njaga, Kairaba Avenue, they are all with their serial numbers. Kairaba Avenue, again, another property. Banta Kaira, another property. Lamen Kerawan, and Jifanga Village. But, Honorable Speaker, if you look at below, there are a lot of properties that are also listed under this. The committee received all these evidences. If you look at the list of lands below on the page 146, you will see K Point Bakau, plot 1. It says, plot formerly owned by the former president, located near Kalispo, reported to be presidents as heavily encroached up on both northern and southern sides. Fencing foundations, fencing foundations were observed. Another properties, Cape Point Bakau plot 2. Purchaser, the identified is unknown. The committee was not informed by which Lebanese bought this. Lamen CDC, fully fenced but partially demolished due to encroachment. It's also another property. This is page 146.
Paragraph.
No, it's a table. It's a table on the paragraph.
Okay.
Farato Mango Garden. This is one of the properties. Farato Nyambai Forest Strip. Senegambia, empty land opposite Lawyer Sheriff Tambiri's residence. Allocated to the former First Lady, signs of construction not presented to the commissioner. I don't know why they refused. And all these were some of the properties that were known. I want to ask the committee, can you please establish to this August House, under whose custody do we have these lands presently as we speak? Do you went on to find out whether these lands were later sold and under whose name? Because it would definitely interest this House to know who is in custody of these properties. Brusubi Tranquil. It says, initially linked to the former president, searched and sealed by court order, prima facie ownership established by third parties, Amadou Kora and Fatou Dabo. It doesn't stop there again. Brufut Tanje is another land. Brufut before Sheraton Hotel is another land. Brufut Garden is another area, not presented to the commission, identified as belonging to the former president. Why not presented? This tells you that some of the lands were identified. When they were identified, they were removed. Some of these properties were later removed. They were not presented to the commission. They were not also sold. And this country needs to know under whose custody, under whose name do we have these lands presently. You have Babakunku is another area. Honorable Speaker, let me look at these other recommendations before I conclude. It says the committee recommends that within 6 months from the adoption of this report, the Ministry of Lands, in collaboration with the Attorney General's chambers and the Accountant General's department, should establish and maintain a single consolidated asset register of all landed properties associated with the former President Yahya Ejeje Jammeh and his associates and forfeited to the state. The said register should include comprehensive particulars of each property, locations, coordinates, size boundaries, lease registration numbers, title status. Okay, what I have questioned, I want to see that the committee is recommending that for further investigations to be done in some of the areas. But when are we going to stop investigation? Somebody should be found wanting for doing something wrong. Investigation after investigation, investigation after investigation. I'm not sure if there will be another investigation on the Special Select Committee. Honorable Speaker, it would appear to the committee that certain landed properties were deliberately not brought to the attention of the commission. This is what they are telling us. That's what the committee has established. It was not an oversight. It is telling us these areas that we've talked about were deliberately not brought to the attention of the commission. It is not of doubt that you see today in some of the areas being occupied by public officers. But, honorable members, some of you reference the former presidents and their ownerships of assets. I was told reliably, but after a thorough investigation by the Alkali Commission, President Jawara was found to be in possession of two assets. Two assets. Two. If you know more, you can remind me, please. I would accept it. Two assets. We are talking about former presidents, Ejeje Jammeh, being in possession of more than 100 plus assets. 100 plus assets. This is why I said 100 plus, that can be up to 1 million. 100 plus assets. I would question, how many lands do we own today as public officers? How many lands do some public officers own today? And if you investigate pretty well, you would find that some of them belongs to the state. And I'm not going to exonerate or exclude the current president on this. This is a lesson for all of us, and we must learn that lesson. In possession of the plenty of properties that belongs to the state, it doesn't earn any president anything. Life after presidency is more important than anything in the world. Anything in the world. Life after public office is more important than anything in the world. Presidency is the highest position Allah could give anybody on the face of the earth. It is the highest paid position you go to any country in the world as far as public office is concerned. What else will you not have as the president? I want to be sure, if the former president is to be questioned, would you have earned all these properties? He would say, no, I need a compound, I need a house, I need a bed, I need a vehicle to drive, and full stop. But he would not have preferred to acquire all of this. What is the essence of it? Nothing. And I think it's a lesson that the current president could learn. Honorable Speaker, for me to conclude, let me tell you, the committee, I am pretty much happy. I am pretty much happy. I'm fasting. I cannot tell you all that I have read, and I think others are coming equally. But this report revealed a lot. This report revealed a lot. It reveals a lot. National Assembly members, let's have a strong resolution. For the fact that no general recommendations were made, I would prefer that we refer the committee to go and draft a resolution. You bring it to us and we would adopt it with you. But all the recommendations are after each testimony and each evidence been given. But it would help this parliament if you would have either have a general recommendation or an entire resolution that you will bring to the committee for us to adopt, like FPAC and PEC used to do, when you bring that report format, then we will look at your resolution, either adjust or reduce something, then we can be able to adopt that. That being said, Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang West. You don't seem to be fasting. I mean, yes, I know you are fasting, but you don't seem to be fasting. I now, pardon? I now invite the Honorable Nominated Member, Fatou K. Jawara.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I will join my colleagues to commend the members of the Select Committee through the chairperson for doing a tremendous job. Today we are in the Ramadan. Before I proceed, I would like to apologize to the entire House of the Assembly, the Office of the Clerk, my colleagues, and the staff, because this is where we offend each other. So I'm apologizing to everyone, but notwithstanding, I will still proceed to make my submission. And if everybody feels offended about it, I'm sorry. Honorable Speaker, going through the report, I begin with page 108, where we have company shares and equity holding. Honorable Speaker, previous speakers has made their submission, and some highlighted that sales of assets were done without court order. I think this one is a serious misleading, and here is a point that clarified that one. Honorable Speaker, in page 108, 299, which says, in addition to the powers granted to Augustus Prom under paragraph 8 of the High Court, the firm was also given the power to sell perishable and rapidly depreciated properties, including stocks and bonds. Honorable Speaker, I think this is clearly spelled out. So, page 108 of 323. Yes. Paragraph 299. Yes, I think this already clearly spelled it out. So as honorable members, we are not just given the title honorable. We deserve it. So we should do away with the toxic combo and speak about the fact. This document, we should not entertain in any politics about it. Let us deal with it appropriately, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, going further, page 215 of 232, under general findings and observation of the committee. I would love the committee to pay attention to this portion so that they can help me and respond to it clearly, because I have a serious doubt about where, in paragraph 681, where they highlighted so, page 215 of 323, where numerous sales transactions have been reversed with properties returned to original owners at cost, including number 78B, Daniel Goddard Street, belonging to one Ibrahim Majalo, Bakau Newtown, Momodujba, and Paradise Estate Plot 214, Alimatu Sala. In multiple instances, particularly at Yarambamba Estate, 5 properties purchased, monies were refunded to buyers due to the failure to secure vacancy. Processing with occupants refusing to vacate on the ground that the properties belong to Kanilai family farm instead of former President Yahya Jammeh. Honorable Speaker, if I may relay this to page 322 of 323, where the former president was acquired 49 properties, where 49 property was identified as Kanilai family farm. And I believe Kanilai family farm belonged to the former president. So I want the committee to help when they are responding to clear this area. Honorable Speaker, furthermore on page 316, from page 316, 317 of 322, sorry, I'm still checking 316. From 316, 317 of 322, where we have, sorry, 313, 314, and 314, sorry. 314, where key properties were highlighted and they were leased property, but were forfeited from our own Gambians. I also need clarity on this. Honorable Speaker, if you may permit, I will go through those properties in 314, paragraph 269, where we have 72 Kairava Avenue, Fajara, M. Sesson, 1,000 square meter, believed to be belonging to Miss Aissatou Fall Diop, claims she was forced to give up property while under detention. 270 Kairava Avenue, Fajara, M. Sesson, 1,297 square meter, property seized by ex-president as wrongly taken by Baba Diop in integration between Banta Kaira and receiver of Kanilai family farm. 271 Kairava Avenue, Fajara, M. Sesson, 2,694.47 square meter, in litigation between Banta Kaira and receiver of Kanilai family farm. That one also is leased. Kanifing Industrial Estate, portion of lease K221 1985 and K308 199, 7,752 square meter, belonging to one Sehu Sise of AMRC in litigation between Trans-Saharan Trading and AMRC. K.7 plots number 8995. No evidence plot number. Belong to ex-president plot number 89 lease. 281 Busumbala, Bakari Barrow claim ex-president forced him to sell it to him. Brufut, CSE Camp, Combo Coastal Area, 1.65 hectares. Yankuba Sano claim property wrongly seized by ex-president. So I want the committee to help me clarity on this. And finally on 283 Kirsering, 1,691, 155 square meter, seized from Baba Job, Mr. H.J. Musa, claim property lease. So I want the committee to help me on this area. To proceed on, still on page 296 of to 296, where key witnesses who are buyer of the assets were highlighted. So, but the committee highlight that those witnesses just wrote a statement, but they didn't appear before the commission. So I don't know whether further investigation can be mounted so that they can appear before the commission to make more clarity on some of these assets. Also, we have some senior politicians who appear before the committee, but I don't think their version of the story was captured in the report because I was going through it, but I didn't see it mentioned. Honorable Speaker, page 268, again, so. Page 268 on the Registrar General. Honorable Speaker, on the Registrar General, paragraph 791. This highlight that these failures, 791, 270 of 223, 323. This, yes, 291, paragraph 291, 791, sorry. 791, yes. Page 270. Yes. These failures are not merely technical lapses. They go to the core of the rule of law, the separation of administrative and judicial authority, and the integrity of asset preserve mechanism put in place by the court. So I think I'm going to go further, still under the Register of Companies in paragraph 793, where the committee finds that the office of the Registrar General, the Registrar of Companies, did not adequately discharge its institutional responsibility to maintain reliable, accessible, and legally authorized corporate records as the statutory custodian of company formation document, shareholder registrar, governing instruments and beneficial ownership formation. The office plays a central role in maintaining commercial certainty, regulatory oversight, and legal traceability of corporate entities. So I think this one also clearly stated that the registrar did not conduct their function rightfully. So I think as members, when we are debating on the document, we should be sincere to ourselves and know that there are lapses in our institution. And when we mean institution, it doesn't mean that we have to shift the blame to one particular individual or another. Institution did not perform their duties as they are supposed to be. So we should hold them accountable and come up with recommendations. Honorable Speaker, finally, I must commend the leadership of this government. Before resuming my seat, I must commend the leadership and of the investigative journalist that was praised before us. Yes, we must praise him, but kudos goes to the government who created that enabling environment for him to do so. It is under this government that he was fortunate to receive great awards. His name was raised high. So we must commend the government also for creating that enabling environment for Mr. Mustafa Dabo. Whereas even he himself will come out and speak out or speak against the government, but still he will enjoy the endless love from that same government. So I commend the government And I think as leaders, this is not a document that we should use as a politics. Gambians are crying today about 107 land that bear the name of the president. Other leased properties are there that are yet to be identified. A single person who lead this country for only 22 years. If I am somebody who is still aiding with him, I would love to advise him to return Gambians' property to Gambians. Some of these assets were seized from Gambians. He was paid from taxpayers' money. He's not a rich person. That should warrant him to get all these assets. So it's not like somebody looted something. He stole from us and we are taking it back from him. So if his supporters are here bragging, beating their chests, I think if I am one of them today, I will prefer to go and join my ancestors at the land of the dead before listening to this. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable nominated member Fatu K. Jawara. I now invite the Honorable member for Bundung Kakunda.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable
All right,
Speaker. I'm here. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues to thank the special committee through the chair, and also all the staff, the support staff, the lead counsel for the wonderful job. And equally also to extend our appreciation to the witness who endeavors to come to face the special committee, because we need to appreciate, because without them, we will not be able to generate this report. So for that being the case, I think this is a collaborative effort to come up with this wonderful report. Honorable Speaker, for me, actually, I don't want to touch most of the points because already I have the report with me, but the purpose of this special committee is to at least counter the Janneh Commission, because the Janneh Commission was established and they did what they're supposed to do, because the perception was the former president looted the Gambian people or whatever. So if you happen to come up with an inquiry, you set an inquiry to investigate, I think the outcome of that investigation should be factual and be truthful. So for that being the case, even though if the president happened to the former president happened to loot Gambians and is subjected to investigation, I think those who are supposed to do that investigation, they should be able to be fair enough to treat him and come up with the facts. Because looking at this report, all the assets that were forfeited is like, instead, there are certain assets, like especially the vehicles. I think, hence it is a government vehicle. It was better to keep those vehicles for the government to use it, because we have institutions here. When we are doing budget, department will come, they will say they don't have vehicles. Those vehicles can go to them. But the ministry that is responsible for this establishment of the Janneh Commission itself, I think this report has exposed them based on the abnormalities that they did. I will start with the Minister of Justice, page 266, paragraph 772. Page 266, paragraph 772. The committee finds out that the Ministry of Justice was the central institution actor on behalf of the government throughout the life of the Commission of Inquiry. The ministry negotiated contracts, facilitated the appointment of commissioners, the lead counsel, the secretary to the commission, and serve as the primary interface between government and the commission. In practical terms, the ministry was faced off with the process of cost of all which was done on behalf of the government. So basically, now, after doing all these things, the outcome was not fruitful. And you go to page 268 under the registry, which is under his ministry, the Registrar General. The committee finds out that the record keeping...
Always tell us the paragraph also.
Paragraph 781, page 268. The committee finds out that the record-keeping practice within the Registrar General Department falls significantly below the standard expected of an institutional entrust with maintaining some of the most important legal records of the state. So now, because sometimes we may not blame the main India, but these are people who are appointed to execute their duties and responsibilities. And they are there every day to work. So if they cannot maintain record keeping, it's a problem. And I know this has really affected the whole process, especially with the select committee, because they couldn't generate most of the evidences that were requested from them. So going to page 286, paragraph 861, Office of the Sheriff. The committee further finds out that serious procedural abnormalities occurred during asset sales conducted under the authority of the Office of the Sheriff. Evidence before the committee indicate that third parties, including individuals from outside public service, influence operational process relating to asset sales. So which I cannot just understand. This is an established commission. How can you allow private individual to come and influence the process of selling? Up to an extent, they tell you this is the price of a cattle. I think as a Gambian, we have to be very fair to each other, because this is a lesson for all of us. Because at the end of the day, yes, former president, yes, he has cattle, he has asset, but whether it is in line or not, the commission has already established that. So, but if they establish that, I think we need to do the needful. These assets should come straight to the Gambian people, but not just to take it anyhow. Even tractors we are given were sold. Why? We have agriculture, we have farmers here. They could have just, at least give it to the Minister of Agriculture to distribute it again, or maintain it, in fact. So, but because I know at that time, the perception was too high, people think they can do anything, but I think this is a learning point for all of us, so that if we are in a position, we have to be accountable. They have to, scrutinize us. But notwithstanding, if you are scrutinizing somebody, you also need to do the needful. Not for you to scrutinize somebody, at the end of the day, you are found wanting. So for that being the case, those who are given this responsibility, especially the Journey Commission, the entire Journey Commission, I think the way and the manner they did this, and based on the report of the special committee, I am totally disappointed with the way they did the process, and and they really failed me as an individual. Maybe others will be satisfied with their inquiries, but for me personally, I am disappointed with the way the manners they did this thing, and in fact they were not fair to the Gambian people. How can you just give undervalue certain properties like vehicles and this land? You just sell all vehicles. You undervalue it, because the purpose of this thing is for the government to generate something out of this, to be able to spend it into other sectors. So, but like if you just do it anyhow, at the end of the day, we may not have anything about it. So for that be the case, Honorable Speaker, I think this is the general issues that I have, because the thing is, because the report has highlighted so many abnormalities in all sectors of their investigation. But we thank you for coming up with this rational and open report. Because at the end of the day, as other honorable members said, we just have to treat this report with open mind. Let's understand that we are all Gambians. We may come from different political parties as far as governance is concerned, but at the end of the day, we are all Gambians, and we all need to be treated fairly. No matter, as far as the individual is a Gambian, even if you hate him, but if at all you want to exercise justice on him, do it with fairness. So on that note, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bundunga Kunda. Honorable members, we are still to get half of the members participate, still. And I was trying to find out, I'm yet to get a response. If we don't have, yes, something to breakfast, it means we will have to close at 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. That's the time. No, that is depending on the list. We have still to do half of the number. Still, we have just done 10. Just done 10 throughout. 10. So what I'm trying to inform you is, I don't want a situation where it is time for us to close. We have not completed. We have not done anything. Members would like to go and eat. Nobody will want to stay inside. And if they go, sessions will not be able to continue. So we must program it in a way that we will be able to do everything and encourage everybody to participate who wants to participate. Why I say this is, if we can regulate ourselves at this time, rather than continuous repetition, and all these things, we go to the points we want to knock on so that we can have all the members participate. Otherwise, what will happen is, at the end of the day, you will not see members, and even the speaker himself may disappear. Because when it's time to cut fast, we are all going. Yes, can you come out with your suggestion?
Yes, I'm suggesting that we give each speaker 5 minutes.
Small.
5.
15 minutes.
No, 5.
Honorable member for Dankunku. Honorable,
Okay.
please,
Thank
stop
you.
shouting, honorable members.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Now, you look at your list. If we know how many people are pending who did not speak, maybe if we take 10 minutes, it can take us until 6 o'clock. Then it will be fine.
It's difficult because if some of the names I've got it about 5 minutes ago. As you talk, names are coming.
What? Then I submit we pick it at 10 minutes. Yes.
You want 10 minutes?
10 minutes, yeah.
All right. No, I'm. For me, I'm just giving you this information for you to make a determination yourselves. So, honorable. So where are we now? I had 5 minutes. I had 10 minutes. 10 minutes. So we will time members to maximum 10 minutes. Honorable members, I'm waiting for your response, your authority. We are timing members for 10 minutes. Okay. Okay. Take note. 10 minutes. Okay. Next one, the honorable member for Fonyi Garol.
Auzu billahi minas shaitani rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamina. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamina. May I start by thanking the Speaker and the whole National Assembly body, the Select Committee of the National Assembly, our lead councils, who did a very good job. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the report, in fact, I will start with the nomination of members to the Select Committee. I was one time interviewed and asked the credibility of the members. And then some were criticizing based on political affiliation. But myself, I credit all of them and I recommended all of them because I work with some of them. This report, even if you ask me to speak 5 minutes, I'll speak 5 minutes. If you ask me even 2 hours, I can speak without finishing what happened. In fact, what the report entails and what is left out is more than what the report entails. I have the evidences. There are a lot of sales that are made that are not captured in the report. One of these is even the central abattoir. And then other places that are not even captured in the report. When we say the Ministry of Justice, it was the Minister of Injustice. Because, in fact, for myself, anytime I speak, I always like to reference. And when this thing was happening, I was at the central abattoir. That is the time I first come to know the nephew of the recent president, Njaga. I approached him when he came to the abattoir. I said, today, your uncle is the president. You people need to help him. What I'm observing, what I'm seeing, what is happening, tomorrow is going to haunt him. This is not about party politics here. I always say it, all of us are here for the future betterment of this country. People have even started threatening me that if I don't join the ruling party, they're going to vote me out. I am not a lifetime president and I'm not going to I'm happy where I am. And my people can vote me out because of
Honorable,
that.
you seem to be taking
Excuse me, yes, I know
debate. We are on a report.
Yes, I'm coming.
That is full of facts and evidences.
Exactly.
Let's concentrate on that, please.
Yes. I am coming. Sorry, I'm coming, Speaker. And then when I speak to him at the abattoir, all this what I'm saying, they are distracting me and I'm not going to stop at 7 minutes because others speak for 2 hours. Because when this thing was happening, I'm always referencing what happened. Even the recent speaker. By then, I have to encourage him, together with Honorable Body Colley, we have to go and see the Minister of Agriculture to inform them what these sales that are happening, that they are illegally happening. I did not stop there again. I have to mobilize people who know one of the advisors of the recent President Barrow, who is Dukure. I went to his office to inform him what is happening in this country is going to haunt this government in the future. And this is where we are today. That's why I'm quoting these examples. I try to reference. I don't come here to speak because I need recognition. I don't here come to speak here because I need people to applaud me. I am speaking on this, on the facts, because I gather facts. Because I still have even here the facts that I have gathered. They are all here. And when I was at Abattoir again, they are here. I wrote this book. The operational manual and what happens, all the activities that happen at the abattoir. Now, when you look at even the sales of these assets, yes, people are claiming the ex-president Jammeh, he has 100, why one man? We even have a land policy. I'm not trying to defend him. Because most of the properties that were in his name, example, Parato, that's where you are building the hospital. Do you think if that place was not belonging to the president, would you have land to build that hospital? And most other areas, that's what is happening. And then the vehicles that were scrapped by these people. I personally spoke to the ex-president Jammeh. He said, am I even mad to buy 400 vehicles for myself? To do what? He said he was buying this vehicle because of the OIECs coming. He don't want to go and borrow anywhere. And I don't want any visiting delegate to come here and then make us embarrassed.
Honorable, can you take your
Yes,
seat?
now these 400 vehicles.
Honorable,
Yes.
please take your seat. You see, honorable members, please, we are not dealing with whether former President Game had his assets rightly or wrongly. Where those assets can now be beneficial to the Gambians or not. That's not the issue. What we are dealing with, there was a commission that reported that he had these assets. And they said that those assets were illegal. The assets were to be disposed of. It belongs to the people now. No more President Gambian, the Gambian people. The assets are to be disposed of. During the process of disposal, is the cause of this report. What happened? Was the process clean or not clean? What happened? What went wrong? It's not whether the assets were, how they were acquired and all these things. We are past that stage. We are to speak to the disposal of those assets. That's all we are to speak to. If you are making any inferences or references, make references to relate with those things, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me now refer you to page 156. Page 156, paragraph 520. The committee also had the testimony of former Attorney General, Minister of Justice, Mr. Abubakar Tambedu, who stated unequivocally that he was vested with the prerogative conferred on him directly by the President to designate and appoint a receiver of his cuisine to manage, preserve, and dispose of assets associated with the former President on behalf of government. According to his evidence, this permitted him to select without recourse to any competitive or consultative process. Is that fair? Now he has to pick someone to appoint him to become the minister. And how did he come even to appoint Alpha Capital? Again, move to paragraph 521. The committee received evidence from Mr. Alpha A. Barry.
A big page.
Page 156 again.
Page?
The same page, 156. Paragraph 521. The committee received evidence from Mr. Alpha A. Barry indicating that initially discussions regarding his prospective appointment as receivership or trustee arose from a chance encountered with the then Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Honorable Abubakar Tambedu, whom he met in Mecca while performing Trigme in 2019. According to Mr. Barry, it was during this meeting that Honorable Tambedu first raised the possibility of appointing him to assume the receivership responsibility. Let's look at it again. It was at Mecca where he met with Alpha Barry. In fact, maybe now that's why, because that was not the right place. That's why he has to now receive punishment on him. Because that's where now he discussed appointing Alpha Barry, who is paid millions. In fact, look about this select committee, the job that they have done. And look at these people, how they looted the Gambians. After we paid them millions, now we are trying to investigate to recover those millions. They took everything, and we are here to speak on this and this. Instead of, in fact, because of there is not enough time. And when I start talking, I know a lot of things that happen. That's why I sometimes get angry. That's why sometimes you tell me that you put me to order. Not I want, because we are here for the people. But look at these people. In fact, out of these people who are appointed trustees or whatever, or the Ghana Commission, it's only one person I would feel is an illiterate who did not benefit. Who is who? That is Amadou what? Kora. All the rest will call themselves intellectuals. Those who are educated. We are all representing the poor. Look at what happened now. We fooled the people. And then all these commissions were appointed by people who think that they know the law. And these are the people who tell us that ignorance of the law is not an excuse. These are the people who violated everything just to serve their interests. This National Assembly is the body to solve this problem. And if you think today you are here to represent a party, I will tell you we are here to represent the people. Failure to do so, if you think today you are powerful, tomorrow you will be powerless. And we don't want a repetition of this. These people have emptied our coffers. That's why even our economy, we have to struggle. Look at even the sales of the animal, 180 missing. I was going to some of these sales that they are making, this livestock. They will even take out and slaughter. Those ones don't even reflect here. They will even take them out and slaughter and say that's for food. That's why when I want to narrate certain things there, you might think that I'm out of topic. They won't allow me. In fact, it's not fair that when I'm about to talk, they give this 10 minutes or 12 minutes. It's not fair on me. You cannot be able to say everything. Because it's very annoying. Because I'm looking at the future of this country. The malpractices that happen here on these commissions. Which commission is credible? Out of
Thank you, Honorable Member for Pony Jarol. I now invite the Honorable Member for Sani Mentoring.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first I have a concern, and which is I felt this is a report, a report which I said earlier that is a concern or a report that all Gambians are yearning for. And here we are in this noble house, and there is no representative from any of the ministries to listen to this report, which is very sad indeed. Honorable Speaker, having said that, I'll move on by thanking the able youths who came up with this idea, having it as their concern to push forward to make sure that this inquiry or that pushes the parliament for a member of parliament to come out with an idea, which with your support, Honorable Speaker, that will have to establish this special committee to do the inquiry. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. But then first, thank you very much to the team of Gala, the able youths. Again, my thanks goes to the Office of the Clerk and his team or his staff. And again, special thanks to the members of this special committee. From the chairperson of the committee, thank you very much for presenting this most comprehensive report that Parliament is now relying on to debate and then advise you to come up with a resolution that might be passed by the Parliament. Again, Honorable Speaker, the legal team and the lead counsel, thank you so much for supporting the special committee, coming up with questions, very tangible questions that led us to having this comprehensive report laid before the plenary. Honorable Speaker, moving forward, today should have been a very, very important, indeed it is an important day to the Parliament, but it should have been a special day for the members of Parliament. Special to the members of Parliament as it is called a special select committee. But Honorable Speaker, a motion was moved in the morning, but then there are members who boldly stood up and then asked us to debate on this motion. But here we are. Most of them are not seated in their seats at the moment. So meaning they are not taking it seriously, which is also sad. Honorable Speaker, moving forward, Honorable Speaker, moving forward, to be candid, some members have already manifested the evidence of not going through this important report that, as I said, all Gambians are yearning for. And a motion was moved in the morning for us to consider going through this report, then so that we can, to be given more chance to adjourn it to a later date so that we can go through the report and at least give it a justice. But then, having had the deliberations from some members, they've already manifested the lack of going through this document. Honorable Speaker, having gone through the document of the little that I put, despite the time constraint given to us, or the ample time given to us to go through the document as it was put in our pigeonhole. Honorable Speaker, there were reflections on the weaknesses in the internal executive, coordination and insufficient clarity regarding the constitutional boundaries, which is, you can find on page 288, Office of the President. Honorable Speaker, moving to page 288, Honorable Speaker, Office of the President and Cabinet Secretariat. On paragraph 868, the committee notes that its early concern regarding the Office of the President related primarily to record keeping and document production. Following the issuance of summonses, the office initially failed to provide adequate records to assist the committee in understanding key decisions and events relevant to the inquiry. A good example should have been set from the Office of the President. When an Office of the President is acting in this manner, where in this Gambia do you think will act in a manner that they will not take examples from the Office of the President? This is a big disappointment from the Office of the President. And committee, special select committee, of course, the time, I like your recommendations with regards to that. But as I said, examples should be quoted from the Office of the President. And then going further, Honorable Speaker, notwithstanding this letter cooperation, the committee finds the broader coordination weaknesses were evidence within the Office of the President. Evidence before the committee indicates that several of the difficulties encountered by the government during the relevant period were linked to insufficient coordination between and among ministries at the cabinet level. It's another disappointment from the Office of the President. Honorable Speaker, moving forward, the committee on paragraph 870, the committee further notes that with concern evidence suggesting attempts by senior executive officials. In this paragraph, by senior executive officials to influence or direct aspects of the Commission's proceedings, which is another disappointment from the Office of the President. So, but I would please ask the committee to inform the august body about the name of the official that were involved. Because we can quote evidences or examples from an inquiry that was done by FPAC and a name was indicated. Please provide the name because there is nothing to hide. I am not saying you're hiding. Honorable Speaker, moving forward, the record keeping again is a challenge. And then moving to paragraph 600 and page 200 and on paragraph 621. Page 200, paragraph 621. As regards the property Bigelow TDA, 3.75 hectares, the Director General did not report any form of allocations being made therein. This, however, does not negate the fact that the said property may have been reallocated to their persons and other companies. The committee observes that GTB does not keep proper records. Challenges in record keeping is also a challenge, and this we did not expect again. Moving forward, Honorable Speaker, onto page 145, newly discovered properties of former President Yahya Jammeh. Page 145, Honorable Speaker, 145, Honorable Speaker, excuse me, yes, 145, Honorable Speaker. Looking at the table where plots were allocated, or the, as alluded, newly, as said, mentioned in the report, newly discovered properties of Yaya Jammeh. The Bruceby generate gated residential complex, initially linked to the former president, searched and sealed by court order. Prima facie ownership established by third parties, Amadou Kora and Fatou Dabo. Burfutanye, which land tract of land, included in the commission report, seriously encroached upon by the real estate companies, page 146, this one, facie established by, include in commission report, seriously encroached upon by real estate companies, bulldozer actively observed. Move
You know, we don't, if I begin to give you 2 minutes, there will be a lot of demand. And we curtail the time just for us to gain time. So make sure you program yourselves very well, otherwise we will not be giving extra minutes to people. So please, pardon me for that, because if I give you, some others would request. So what you can do is to try and effectively manage your time. I now call upon, thank you, the Honorable Member for Sani mentoring. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Sami.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Special Select Committee for the good work that they have done. And if I thank them, of course, I'm not leaving the office of the clerk and the support staff, because they are working together. So we thank you very much for this report. Honorable Speaker, this Special Select Committee was tasked to inquire into the sale and disposal of assets identified by the Commission of Inquiry into the financial activities of public bodies, enterprises, and offices in dealing with former President Yahya Jammeh. Honorable Speaker, when we look at page 17, site visits and physical verification. Physical inspections were done at land, vehicles, machinery, livestock, aircrafts, and TDA areas. Honorable Speaker, when we look at also at page 31, where you have the livestock strokes animals in canning line, they have indicated the number of horses, cattle, zebra, hyena, and rams. But Honorable Speaker, this was from the Jammeh Commission. I thought that the committee, because they have visited this site, I thought that they should have at least tell us actually, presently, what is in these areas. When they visited, if there is nothing, it should be clear, because their report, definitely, the Jammeh Commission report should help them. But the present investigation that they are tasked with, they should at least tell us that one also. I think that should feature in their report. Honorable Speaker, when you look at page 35, that is post-sale proceeds, reconciliation and losses. In page 35, there are so many challenges. We are told in that report that the SWIFT never provide a report to the Commission. And in that report, there were transfers and accounts established for the proceeds. Honorable Speaker, that is page 35. And also in that report, it is indicated that 400 animals were allegedly slaughtered during the impasse. 400 were allegedly slaughtered during the impasse. And when you go further on page 36, also analysis of the cattle sales and records. In the reports, there are 725 cattle were sold across these three farms, that is Kanilai, Farato, and Banyulindi. But, Honorable Speaker, when you look at page 38, the persons who possess these cattle, when you look at it, Honorable Speaker, that's where the problem lies. If you look at a calf, 2,000, a calf, 2,000. Yes, calf, 2,000. A small one, a small cow, $2,000. 2,000, Honorable Speaker. Huh? A cow, $5,000, Honorable Speaker. It means when this thing happened, nobody no care. These resources, it belongs to us. It belongs to the Gambians. The former president has gone, but the resources are here. Why should we start, as Manika said, Mfala Nyoba? Yes, Mobi Wakelatendu. Huh? It's serious. I think, even if you look at the vehicles also, Honorable Speaker, it's the same thing. And we are all crying here, vehicle mobility for our areas. And I saw a vehicle, a pickup, $10,000. I saw it is in the report. Huh? $1,000, a pickup. Huh? It's crazy. That's an oversight, in fact, Honorable Speaker. I only see $10,000. And we are crying, our security personnel are crying of mobility to go to these porous areas. We see people, they are mismanaging our resources. Honorable Speaker, it's crazy, definitely. So this is why, when I look at the recommendations, they should be timely. You cannot just recommend without no time bounds. There should be time bounds on those recommendations, Honorable Speaker. We should revisit those recommendations. There should be time bound. When you say somebody should be reprimanded, that's fake. When is he going to be reprimanded? When? There should be time bound. And, Honorable Speaker, we have to be very, very careful. When somebody moves from an office and you step in that office, you have to do due process. If you don't do due process, you also will put yourself in a ditch. Because the records will show where you start. How do you start? You also should look at, there should be proper handing over. When there is no proper handing over, that's why some of these problems come up. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the report, it is also stated list of witnesses who appear public hearing and others, they only submit document and no public hearing. I don't know what informed them for others not to appear for public hearing and others only submit. Because those who appear, we have seen them. We know what they said. But those who submit, we don't know what did they say. We don't know. Maybe what they said it favored them. But those who go out, we hear them, we know their opinions. So I don't know why that happened. Why that happened? I want you to tell us that. Honorable Speaker, I think that's it. That's the only thing. But the only thing is, it's just mismanagement of resources. And in that, people have to be very careful of that. So on that note, thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sami. Honorable Member, I wish we could have vehicles at 10,000 now, pickups, as we go into elections now. I now invite the Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, let me thank the special committee, the office of the clerk through you, for a job well done. Actually, the report is very explicit, very informative. Honorable Speaker, before I delve into the report, I must make a foundation, and then I wanted to be listening carefully. Honorable Speaker, when this process starts, because for the sake of principle of natural justice, the Jane Commission conducted their proceeding. Until they finished their proceeding, we could not hear from the other party, that is the former head of state. And then, luckily, after the Jane Commission concluded their report, presented to the executive looked at it, and then prepared a white paper that I have accepted only through my own research. This was why, Honorable Speaker, I requested the asset declaration of the former president, because for me, I wanted to hear from him, but I couldn't. I said, okay, then as I was thinking, then my mind clicked. Since this man lose election in 2016, and a commission of inquiry was established in 2020, then if you want to know his position on his asset, you can reference that document. This was why I have the idea of requesting the document. When I requested the document, the IEC refused to give it to me. Because for me, I just want to make a comparison. What is captured in the government white paper or in the Jane Commission report. But unfortunately, when I received the asset declaration, it was under declare. The declaration the former president did, it was under. He did not declare all the asset he had. And actually for me, this was what I was looking for. So this was why I requested for that document. It's just to hear actually from him. So that was the case. And then unfortunately, it was under declare. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the executive summary of the report, we have a lot to learn as government. And then the committee did very well. And where impressed me, they even their recommendation touches this August Assembly itself. Most of they made a very strong recommendation, and then I believe if they are implemented, there could be a lot of institutional reform. If the executive agree to follow this document alone, the recommendation they did, because, Honorable Speaker, we have been, this is the second investigation this assembly actually conducted in this legislature. The second one, that is the petroleum saga, and then this one. Yeah, that was a petition, that was not an investigation. I think the executive should look at these two reports and their recommendation. The parliament is never an enemy to the executive. Whatever we are doing here is to make sure that we help the executive in shaping the policies they are implementing. So that the issue of the petroleum saga, those recommendations are pending there. You see, people are having a different perception now whether this one also will be implemented. For God and heaven's sake, if they are listening to me, let them look at all these recommendations and then implement it accordingly. If they implement it, surely, Honorable Speaker, there will be an institutional reform in this country, which this coalition 2016, when we came in power, those were one of the things that we were advocating for. And then if it is not actually met, actually, Honorable Speaker, there is a cause to blame, because if you make changes and then you are perceived to be doing you actually don't deliver to expectation, your changes might be in question. Honorable Speaker, on the report, first, if you go to the conclusion, that is 290. I will not read, but there is a table that I have an interest. Page 291. There is a table, and the table is talking about investment. And it is in Gambian dollars, it is in United States dollars, United States USD and pound sterling and euros.
You said page?
Page 291.
91?
Yes.
Okay.
Paragraph 82. I will read that one. In carrying out its mandate, the committee conducted a comparative analysis of the amount established in evidence as having been embezzled and the amount recovered through asset tracing, forfeiture, disposal process. The assessment considered recoveries across the currencies in which the embezzlement occurred, namely the Gambian dollars, United States dollars, pound sterling, euro. The table below. Honorable Speaker, if you looked at the table below, in Gambian dollars, under column 1, amount alleged to have been embezzled, $1,065 million. Yes. Yes, it's correct. Then on column 2, amount recovered, $1,730 million. Then variance, $665 million, that is in dollars. Then the United States dollars, $304 million, 718 and 71. Amount recovered, 263,000, no, 2,636,000. Variance, 302. Then pound sterling, 2,250,000. Amount recovered, 20,000 pounds. Amount, the variance, 2,229,000. Then in euros, 29 million euros, 475,000 plus. Amount recovered is 15,965. Variant 29 million plus. Honorable Speaker, this is a huge amount of money, which I believe there is no recommendation put on this issue. I don't know why the committee did not put any recommendation in the recovery process of the remaining variances. Because the reason why the people come out to demonstrate was basically about the sales of this asset. People did not see the money. The assembly, we wrote to the justice minister, to finance minister. If he comes here, he will tell us, no, the money did not pass through finance. It's passed through the Ministry of Justice. And then we have seen the push and pull within the former finance minister with regard of recovering these monies. So, Honorable Speaker, here is very important to me, because the amount of money involved is too much. And then the committee did not put any recommendation on the recovering of these funds. Then, Honorable Speaker, you know, the issue of this Jammeh asset also, the landed properties also contribute a lot. But if you looked at the process of sales, if you go to page 166, page 67, you see, sometimes when we are debating, let's debate with facts. If you looked at this table, Honorable Speaker, is where the assets were evaluated. And then I think there was a committee established that we are responsible of selling of this asset. If you look at number 1, that is 78 Daniel Goddard Street. This one, okay, sale price is 5.5 million. That was the amount they sold. But if you go to number 2, 78B Daniel Goddard Street, that also is 6 million. But the property is being returned to the owner. If you go to
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku. I now invite the Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I need to use this opportunity to thank the Special Select Committee who are tasked to investigate on the matter under the leadership of Honorable Member for All Yundum. Honorable Speaker, I must confess that I was truly impressed, especially when they started arresting. That was the best part of the commission for me. And that is necessary because we require accountability and we want people to testify to the truth. So we thank you, and you are not alone, you were not alone, and you will not be alone. In this process, fighting for justice is a responsibility upon all of us. Going further, on the same opportunity, I want to use to thank Mustafa Dabo for investigating as a sincere citizen of this country, that the country belongs to us, and we as youth of this nation must take full responsibility. And we will not allow anybody to come and destroy our country while we are still alive. And as we take it up as a property that belongs to all of us. And we are not letting go of this country for anybody. That should be known to everybody. Secondly, the team gala. I want to reaffirm the stand of the young people of this nation, that undoubtedly that we are not abandoning this nation, and we will be here. If anybody thinks that you are going to make fun of the economy of this nation, you are making fun. And let me tell you, a day is coming, a day is coming, the day is coming, and the day is closer. And nobody can distract us, nobody can stop that day from coming. Going direct to the report. Honorable Speaker, I want us to go to various pages of the report, starting with, to start with page 68. I think this Abubakar Badin was very, very lucky to got a vehicle for $5,000 in this very country. And going further, we are also looking at various places. Yaya Jallo also got a vehicle for $5,000 in page 70. And also, I think this man, Mickey Seka, is the luckiest. He got a vehicle for $4,000 in this very country. Even one tire of a vehicle, you cannot sell it for $4,000. And these were hungry people. They were hungry because a government left, another government came occupied by scammers, and they were in a position to scam a nation. They were like hungry wolves that came howling onto the wealth of the nation. Honorable Speaker, sad it was. And this was the hope of a nation. And this was a point where they could have corrected every wrong that they believe was done. But instead, they said it is an opportunity as is our time. And injustice became the order of the day. Honorable Speaker, a vehicle, even my tire, the tires of my vehicle, one tire costs more than $5,000. You are selling a whole vehicle. Even if you are to sell the metal or whatever. Even when you talk about the steering wheel and everything, it's far more expensive than this. 4,000 for a vehicle. We should tell other parts of the world not to be selling vehicles and let them come and buy it here. Because you cannot understand. Consent cannot allow it. And consent of somebody who reasons well can never allow it. And this was a commission that was set to investigate onto injustice that was said to have been done at the time. Sad it is. Very, very sad. Honorable Speaker, I want to draw the attention of the National Assembly to the page which my comrade brother, Honorable Cisse Kiang West, was quoting. Is it 155? I think it's 155. I want to draw the attention of the Assembly to page 155. Let's all of us go there and see. Yes, we are going to see soon. Okay. The Honorable Member for Tumanna asks what is there. Honorable Member for Tumanna, it says, number 2, the committee recommended that the Honorable Attorney General and the Minister for Justice, Honorable Dauda Jallo, be reprimanded. What reprimand are we talking about? He should be sacked immediately. And we should come up with strong resolution. And this man reprimanded is still the Minister of Justice. And going further, for perpetuating and violating unlawful administrative arrangement established by his predecessor. The predecessor, Batambidu. Now, these are the people we expect to be the custodian of the law. To also practice what justice is, not only preaching justice, but practice what it is. And we have the same individual still hanging on. I think the recommendation and the resolution should start with this, by firing the Minister of Justice. Because we cannot have a Minister of Justice who himself, by his action, by his attitude, is not just. We do not expect to preach them what the law is. We do not expect to preach them code of conduct. We expect them to know by their appointment based on their level of education. Going further, Honorable Speaker, to the lands that are allocated, page 307. You see, they say Bantanjang Jifony, that is in Foni, and they said Combo South. And they said Kanilai Village, that is in Foni, and they said Combo South. Kamfenda Farm, which is also in Foni, but they still said Combo South. Meaning these people were only greedy to pile up wealth and to take, but not to do the assignment that they were assigned to do. And we as a nation must revisit ourselves. For what did we stand for? For I am not successful unless other people that are within me are successful. I am not rich until when everybody is rich that surrounds me. And that is the reason as to why people hold public office, to improve the life of other people. That is the main aim, and that's the objective. Now, coming down to the issue of the cattle that we ourselves, all of us saw the cattle. Some of the cattle that we have been seeing, some of them, they say calf sold for $2,000, $3,000. You see, and also some of the cows that we are seeing here, they are sold for almost like $5,000. We cannot understand what was happening. And the tractors, these were tractors that were given to poor Gambian farmers, very innocent individuals. These people came, went and seized everything, brought it on daylight, and they come and sold everything. And I don't know what happens to the money. And there were a few individuals that were picked out to be buying certain things. And this is the kind of change that you want. And this is the kind of in this kind of situation, you want to build a nation. Nations are not built based on anger. Nations are not built based on revenge. Nations are built based on consent, based on sincerity, based on honesty, and based on sympathy for the population. Honorable Speaker, it's a time for reflection. And we must be there to reflect on what have we done and what have we attained. So far, at long last, we are impressed with what is coming out, and we hope that the National Assembly members, all of us, without any reservation, will wholeheartedly render our heart for the nation, for us to come up with stronger resolutions for actions to be taken immediately, like Member for Same was saying. Let us take immediate action on this matter because we cannot afford to investigate on things that we already know. To call a thief is a normal procedure. But you want to beautify that this man is a thief, you want to beautify it. Will not help us as a nation, and we must face the reality. So all those that sold these things are thieves. Those that buy the vehicles are thieves. Those that buy the vehicles are thieves. And everybody who is associated to it are thieves. Those that were tasked with the Jana Commission to investigate on this matter were also thieves. But Tambedu, Minister of Justice, was the biggest of all thieves. Honorable Speaker, I thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang Karanai. Honorable members, I now invite the Honorable Member for Central Baribu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I think you are also vindicated as a former active opposition leader who raised the Jambes assets in this country at the time. And we also thank the civil society, the media, and the youths who came up with this until the parliament took it upon themselves to carry out an investigation. Honorable Speaker, this report exposed a lot, shows a lot, and speaks volume. It shows institutional lapses. It shows high corruption and mismanagement of former President Jembe's assets that were forfeited. And it shows broad daylight looting. It shows favoritism and nepotism to the max. It also shows under evaluation of those assets. Example, cattle, vehicles, compounds, or lands, and the like. Unfair treatment to Baba Joe, Honorable Speaker. If you look at the case of Baba Joe, some people, their assets were returned to them. Baba Job owned the property in Jarasoma, taken from him, given to area council. For what reason? And what did the committee say about that? The committee, we should resolve that Baba Job's property should be returned back to the family. And he left a family behind. The children are young, the wives are there, they are suffering, and area council is collecting taxes from the rents. Why are they doing that? And when you return orders, I think we need to be very firm on our resolution to make sure that we treat him with all fairness. Honorable Speaker, the report also saw a lot of criminal dealings, which our people that we expect to be so much balanced in their operations and in their work, they were found wanting, being involved in fraud, to fraud the state. Honorable Speaker, we should not be lenient with this matter. Anybody affected must be subjected to investigation, and the investigation by the police, and those people must be brought before justice. We will not conclude that they are guilty unless they are proven by the court. So let's make sure that we make a strong resolution so that the perpetrator, so that the accused be brought before the justice. Honorable Speaker, there is lack of transparency also. The report also revealed that the whole dealings, the sellings, the inquiries, there was lack of transparency. Honorable Speaker, the white paper, the government white paper, there was no sign of respect to the white paper because what the white paper recommended was not implemented. We have seen today that there is lack of political will. The investigation also shows that there is lack of political will from the government, from the president to the entire cabinet. Honorable Speaker, the report also shows that there were people who benefited without, in fact, going through bidding process. How can that be possible? The people who went for bidding did not get what they're supposed to do. People who did not participate at all, those are the people who were lucky. We can call it lucky to get those items. So the system is so much biased. It was not done in a manner that that requires proper judgment. Honorable Speaker, if you go into the detail of the report, the recommendations, before the recommendation on page 53, he said from the foregoing, the committee finds, page 53, find that although the High Court ordered legally vested custodial authority in the appropriate public bodies, it was not effectively operational. Thus, the wildlife was not handled in ways consistent with the orders, protective purposes, because there was no secure custody transfer. Accordingly, the problem was not the ambiguity in the court order itself, but the failure of the Ministry of Justice to transmit, communicate, and implement the order, thereby prevent DPWM from assuming timely custody and operational control. So this shows really on seriousness, on willingness to protect state resources. Honorable Speaker, if you go further, yes, I'm done with it now. 174. Honorable Speaker, if you go to the recommendation on page 155, the committee recommends that the executive through the police conduct criminal investigation. No time, time is not favoring me. Okay, page 53. Okay, so now I'm moving to page 155. Now, what I'm saying is it has been recommended by this committee for the police to further investigate. But as said by Fonyi Bentankaranan, we need strong resolutions. At the end of the day, we'll pass a motion for this committee to go and extract resolutions out of this recommendation, because resolutions are stronger than recommendations. Honorable Speaker, by looking at the allocation to mob capital, this report also revealed that the existing local government act, particularly the land allocation at the TDAs, need to be revisited. And you remember the GT board petition, the same director, the director Kamara appeared, and you will see to it that land should be allocated to people without paying fines. Do you understand? The 5%. So where is the 5% going to? Is it going to individual pocket? So this thing needs to be investigated into detail to know why is it that still our TDA areas are allocated. Jembe is gone. Jembe did worse. So worse. Now the current government did worse. So if we say Jembe did these allocations is bad, they took our resources, what is this current government now doing to those lands? Because we are seeing new constructions taking place along the TDA. So we need a regulation in place. And I'm not here to say or to subscribe to people who said the government of Jembe was gone and the scammers came. I'm not going to subscribe to that. We are not scammers. 2016 was a legitimate change. We changed for better. It's the people who mandated, who were given the responsibility, failed us. But the change was an imminent change at the time. Honorable Speaker, going further, going to page 248. Alpha Capital. Alpha has been adversely mentioned, Honorable Speaker. And I believe if you read in the details, you see to read that in a serious government, this is not the way things operate. There is no formal communication. Only you meet at an Islamic gathering or a pilgrimage show where I discuss it. No, this is not we expect how government operates. So therefore, we are recommending for more investigation into these issues, so that nobody, will be blamed at the end of the day. Honorable Speaker, I thank you and the Office of the Clerk for enabling the committee to do work. What is left over now, we must act with sincerity, with honesty. Let the perpetrators be brought before the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Central Badibu. I now invite the Honorable Member for Serekunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. As the saying goes, power corrupts. No. And money talks. Like Barbara Taylor Bradford said women in the book, Women of Substance. Power can only be corrupt if those that are in power will do anything to cling onto that power. That is only when power is corrupt, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the flaws highlighted in the report indicates that there is a need. I will agree with some of the previous speakers. There is a need for civil service reform. Honorable Speaker, I would give you a reference on page 55. Page 55 of the report. 1.79. 179. It's 179. The committee for the notes approximately 33 vehicles which were procured from TK Motors were subsequently associated in certain records with the APRC. Yeah, 179. A political party associated with the former president. Notwithstanding this political attribution, evidence before the committee includes invoices and delivery notes issued to the office of the president and marked as part of Exhibit VC3, establishes that these vehicles were purchased using public monies drawn from the Consolidated Revenue Fund. Honorable Speaker, this is very damning. And going forward, the member for Council has equally cited that 183 as well. And 187 also. What 179 tells us is that this is a violation of our Constitution. Yes, you cannot fund a political party from the Consolidated Fund. Page 55. Is this what obtained? Is this what obtained? And I would urge the committee to make recommendations on this finding. Yeah, we will work on that. And another one here is like another one. Section 79 of our constitutions gives the executive the powers to go and do any agreement subject to the parliament's approval here. This one too, the former head of state engaged the National Assembly to secure some sort of a loan or to buy these tractors. If I may read, it's too long. On the 8th day of November 2005.
Can you make reference? Which page and paragraph?
It's page 56.
Paragraph
187. On the 8th of November 2005, between the government and the Exim Bank of India for the purpose of agricultural mechanization, the agreement with Mahindra Limited was for the purchase of 500 tractors by the state, but instead those tractors were given to Kanilai farms. Where are those National Assembly members who signed this agreement, and what was their stand, knowing that this needs to be investigated? Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and going to the landed properties, I have calculated about over 400 properties which belongs to only a person, one man. I start to wonder, what was this man's objective? How was this man thinking? A leader is supposed to elevate his people from poverty, but not to amass wealth of the people. So let's stop saying my interests. This is not about one's interests. This is about the interest of the state. The interest of the state is paramount. Let's think of those poor people in our rural communities, in the villages. Before we used to say, yeah, villagers don't have access to education. But now, the situation in which our villagers are confronted with is mainly caused by their very own people, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, how did all these things started? It started through a power struggle. A group of Gambian citizens who were privy to information about the sale of the former president's assets were requesting for what? That was release the list, wasn't it? They were denied. And this was just a control mechanism, a damage control mechanism. So we don't thank nobody here. Nobody owns, other than the committee, who have done a very good job. But it was a damage control. The motion was moved by the majority leader just to administer medication to the dead, not thinking that it will come this far. Yeah, that was Thomas Paine. At times, speaking the truth is like administering medication to the dead. And this is exactly what they were doing. Try to make our youth suffer peacefully. We have to recognize that CSOs are also stakeholders in governance, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my final contribution would be, the report reveals that there is equally a need for the change of the Gambian mindset, Honorable Speaker. The notion that I have to survive is not an option. The state should engage in building Gambians with a sovereign mind and love for country and people. In this country, we have so many people who are loyal to nothing, only to their pockets, just to survive. Honorable Speaker, and with those few remarks, I submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Serekunda. I never wanted to interrupt you. You are very good in making quotations that favor you. But you have just quoted paragraph 187 of page 56, where we talked about the 500, something, how many tractors? About 500 tractors. It was tabled for agricultural purposes by the report, agricultural mechanization. And we begin to wonder which MPs then were the one who approved of it. You know, you are speaking to the gallery. The purpose of the document was for agricultural mechanization. And how many agricultural projects have we approved here? No. That sentence was meant for something. It should be clear. I'm not debating. He was going to question parliamentarians, which he has no right to question. He has no right to question. What we do, what you do here, nobody has a right to question. I wish I have this chance to debate. Honorable Member for Tumana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to participate in the debate. Honorable Speaker, I would also like to thank the Special Select Committee for their brilliant job, a job that is very, very comprehensive, that has covered a lot, even though some people are arguing that what they have brought us, more and more is still behind. But notwithstanding, we will thank them for their diligent work, the work that they have done with sincerity, clarity, and openness. Honorable Speaker, I think this committee needs to be applauded again and again. However, I would proceed to go and register my appreciation to anybody that contributed to the triggering of this committee, triggering of the establishment of this committee. They have done something very, very important. And today, without those efforts, information that we are getting right now may not be in our hands. Therefore, we will thank them for triggering the establishment of this effort. And we will thank the majority leader for bringing the motion for us to establish this committee. I think he also needs our applaud. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, definitely what we are really facing, the document on our table, Honorable Speaker, is a document that we need to learn from, because a lot has done in the Gambia. A lot has done. But as far as I'm concerned also, I will attribute all this problem to the former regime, because it is as a result of how they made our institutions unworkable that brought us all, that brought this to us today. Because our institutions were so weak, and they were so unconnected, and they were so they were working in silos. There was no coordination between them, and that also contributed a lot to what we are definitely experiencing today. There is lack of institutional coordination among government institutions. Then, I think this is also very important. We need to differentiate. Then and today also is not the same. I think it is very, very important. Because if you go to page 29, Honorable Speaker, paragraph 91, you will see to read that Gilmer, I will read with your permission, Honorable Speaker. Gilmer testified that the agency was not served with the High Court order dated 22nd May 2017. Instead, they received a letter dated the second day of June 2017. The reference is there from the Ministry of Agriculture, which sought to bring the order to their attention. But the ministry did not attach a copy of this said order. Honorable Speaker, this is also showing a lack of professionalism within our departments. Because we all know when a court order has been issued, this should be filtered down to the last, to the last arm of every ministry. that are concerned. But why the Gilma was unable to get the information until when Ministry of Agriculture feel the, let me write them, then when the Ministry of Agriculture write to Gilma, Gilma also responded by saying that we didn't get that information. Now can you furnish us with what we should do? This is total incapacity. Total incapacity. Definitely, this is not expected from Gilma. Gilma should have been more than this, and the Ministry of Agriculture should also be more than that. A land agency under you that has been given a responsibility by the court, and you did not inform that agency at the right time until so many time has passed. Definitely, that is not correct. Honorable Speaker, poor record keeping within the institutions and agency also. Honorable Speaker, page 34. If you go to page 34 also, Honorable Speaker, you will see another page 34, yes, post 34, 115. In the same email, Mr. Kurang gives us the following summaries. The information that this particular paragraph gave us, and if you link that to the information that Mr. Jallo, the acting registrar, gave to the commission was quite different. And when Mr. Kurang was given the order to do the evaluation and the tagging, the information that he come is quite different. So what is wrong with the missing items and the cartoons? What is their fate? I would like the committee, if they have any knowledge about that, the missing items, we need information about those items. Honorable Speaker, lack of proper structure in terms of authority within the Jane Commission, as some decisions taken by some members should be taken by the chairperson of the commission. Yeah, we see some of the communication or some of the decisions during the Jane Commission. The decisions are not taken by the chairman on behalf of the commission, but a member or the lead counsel. So that has shown that there is an authority problem within the Jane Commission. So, Honorable Speaker, moving away, if we want to authenticate that, you can go to page 32, clause 107. I will also move to a point where we call our institutions, then, so we have weak institutions, which is alluded by, which has been discussed by 32 again on page 32, 108. Okay. Which says 32. Okay, Mr. Cham further stated that these events led to Gilma's participation in the tagging and evaluation exercise on the Commission's invitation from the 24th to the 30th December 2027. The agency viewed its role as technical support. So you will see that the main question that I have here, you can complete that paragraph. The main question that I have is, did the committee have any idea as to why Mr. Mamadi Kurang instructed the agency not to take record of the tagging and valuation? Why did he do that? And where did he drive that power? So I think that is very, very important. People need to know that. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks and those few concerns, and also were you able to know, with the committee able to know what was wrong with the remaining 760, and also the armed forces was instructed to establish a committee to establish. No, there is no time, please. Oh, okay, observe me.
Thank you, Honorable. What you are asking here, this is evidence coming from Mr. Cham. So it's not necessarily a fact, but it's something that is being said. That's why we are just narrating what he said. But don't take it with a grain of salt. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Tumanna. I now invite the Honorable Member for Jara West. Banjul Central. I now invite the Honorable Nominated Member, Keba Lamfofana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
I know. I think before you usually call it Kawala.
I'm saying thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, ordinarily, I do not normally debate on reports which are generated from a committee that I am a part of. But this is a special select committee, and as such, I believe the Assembly will give me exception that every other thing stands differently. To start, I want to join the Honorable Chair to express our sense of gratitude to the entire membership and to the Speaker in particular for the trust that was bestowed on us. Honorable Speaker, to set a background, in 2017, a freezing order was made by the courts. And the purpose of that freezing order was to protect properties the state believed belonged to the former president against dissipation. That is the background of everything that is happening. Now, to really understand what happened is, one needs to ask yourself, or we need to ask ourselves, what happened to that freezing order? You realize that at some point, that freezing order was set aside. Which means, after the state saying that we need to protect these assets from dissipation, the Ministry of Justice went again and set aside that freezing order under very questionable circumstances. And why I said questionable, I would come to that. But after the freezing order was set, a commission was established. Why am I laying this foundation? We need to have this foundation so that we can understand exactly what happened. Because it is one thing to say that the former president looted our assets. And it is another thing to realize that the people who were given the responsibility of safeguarding those assets, of accounting for those assets, of ensuring that whatever small thing was left of it goes to the advancement of the social good, faltered in their responsibilities. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the establishment of that committee itself, we've been told by the report that before the establishment of the committee, conflicts were established. And to work on that, I will refer you to page 25, paragraph 74. Page 25, paragraph 74. During the establishment of the commission itself, it states that, paragraph 74 states that, the committee found that while Mrs. Bensouda was serving as lead counsel to the commission, Ami Bensouda & Co. LLP was engaged by SSFC to recover monies on its behalf. This is one of the conflicts in the establishment of the commission itself. That is just on one individual. If you move to other individuals, the secretary itself, this very report will tell you that the secretary, Alhaji Mamadi Kurang, does not have the requirements. He's not qualified to be secretary. That the secretary should have been a seasoned administrator. The same report here would tell you that, in fact, in the Janet Commission, the only thing that existed was a functional relationship, which means no one was answering to the other. When the lead counsel, Ami Bensouda, came before us, she said she was not answerable to the commissioners, that she was answerable to the Minister of Justice. So what am I trying to say here is that the commission was established in very exceptional circumstances. It was established in very questionable circumstances. But further to that, we said a freezing order. The assets were being frozen. A freezing order was passed. This freezing order was lifted by a vacation judge. And that vacation judge is Justice Jaita. Interestingly, one of the companies that benefited from the Jammeh assets have a shareholder by the name of Ibrahim Jaita, whose bio details are missing. The committee does not have the time to establish whether that Ibrahim Jaita is the Justice Jaita we are talking about. But what we are saying here is, there are a lot of questions that need to be answered. I will not debate on the report itself. I want members to know that a lot of things happened to which we, the committee, do not have answers to. A lot of things happened that we do not know. And if we do not tax the executive to go the extra mile, we will never know answers. Here is a company whose majority shareholder was the lead counsel. All the shareholders there, by details, are in the memorandum of association and the article, except one shareholder by the name of Ibrahim Jaita. And that name happens to be the name of an individual who is also, who serves as the vacation judge that set aside the freezing order which was passed. I'm not drawing conclusion, but what I'm saying here is, members, we are right to say that let us tax the executive to do a thorough investigation, to know whether everything that was done was made to serve the interest of few. There's a lot in this report. Go through it. Honorable Speaker, I do not intend to finish my time, and with that, I submit. Thank you.
I just want to confirm whether what you are saying is embedded in your report. Yes, I know you have given us one of the most informative part of the report. I think honorable members will take note. All right. I now invite, where is the list? Huh? Gara West? Mini Finita will double again. I now invite the honorable member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much to the members for the trust that they had in us by setting or nominating us to represent them with regard to the task that was given to us. Honorable Speaker, that was the reason why this committee was set up and what triggered it to happen. Because there are people who are crying foul that they need to know the truth, and the truth must be heard or seen. The committee came up, Honorable Speaker. When we started at the committee, we went through a lot of witnesses that came. But one thing I want to remind members and the Gambia at large is one thing. This Gambia that belongs to all of us. This country will go and leave this country here. There are many heads of state that came and they left. There are many MPs that came and they left. But one thing I want us to remind ourselves is, a day must come that will be accountable for. When this Jana Commission was set up, nobody thought that a day like this will happen. Nobody thought that a day like this will happen, that a parliamentary committee will be set up to go through the deeds that went wrong and what went right during the Jana Commission. Nobody thought of it. They said Jame did wrong. What do we need to correct those wrongs? But they did worse than what happened. Let's go to page 63 on the properties and assets of Jame. The sales. Look at the way they were valued. For me, there was no valuation. They just sit at the corner and guess to say, I guess this can cost you $10. And look at the buyers. On top of those reserve price are hidden price. But it's like this price we are exposed. You see a difference of $5,000, $10,000, $20,000, or even less than the reserve price. Whether auction? I say no. There was no open auction where you call a price and people offer. There was no proper advertisement. There was no advertisement. They only call friends, and you call a friend, we meet and we distribute things among ourselves. Look at the list of buyers. The same people we are buying, the same people we are doing the same thing. Honorable Speaker, I think you must put the record straight. You went and looked for a vehicle, a Mitsubishi pickup, for $10,000 at the reserve price, and then the buyer will just put $5,000 there, and then you give the person as a winner. That was wrong, totally wrong. Honorable Speaker, as members, I'm appealing to you. We must take our stand as members. We must take our responsibilities. We have a role to play. Part of our responsibilities is our oversights. This white paper was here. And there were recommendations on this white paper. Were they implemented? No. So what even did not even go through the document? One, I had a member saying that there were vehicles that were bought in the name of a party. But let's go reflect by our minds. Let's go back again. Go further in the report. That was the reason why those vehicles were forfeited to the state. Because they were not done correctly and they were forfeited to the state. It's not a party. If the action was wrong, that was why it was forfeited. Don't observe me, please. After doing that, why didn't you correct it? They were not corrected. The people who were set up there to rectify those mistakes, we are not doing that. Look at the first auction on tractors. It went fine. We saw tractors being bought at 1 point something million. What happened later on? Everything came back to zero. Where people were buying tractors at less than $100,000 in this country. Let's be very fair to each other. The committee did their work. Let's support the committee and come up with a solution as members to say we need action to be taken, but not try to criticize what was done. What has passed has passed. Let's look at the current features. This is why this report is here. Wrongs were done. Let's rectify those wrongs. But we should not follow those wrongs to say those wrongs were done and they were done in the wrong way. They were done in the wrong way, but when we are trying to rectify them, let's do the right thing, let's do the needful. Honorable Speaker, let's go to the properties of the former president. We have seen that in the TDA areas that we are allocating people that had companies that were not even registered. You went to the register of companies, their names are not there. And they claim to be all companies in this country. The committee came with a recommendation for those actions to be taken. I think it's high time for us to sit as a team and come with proper resolutions to see how best those committees can be back and those properties returned back to the states. These are not Jame's properties. When Commission asks us, please, let's reflect our mind that we are not fully an individual. What belongs to the state should be given to the state. But the way I see things before, When people were called and given a responsibility, what they thought was it was still the Jammeh who was around. Let's go after something that belongs to us. It was not ours. It was meant for the state. Honorable Speaker, as members of the Parliament, this August Assembly, I'm appealing to you to look into these recommendations and sit together and discuss together and come with strong resolution and follow up those resolutions as our oversight function as members. When we come together, the mandate is us. We are given a mandate as a committee. This is where we can stop. Now give us the powers to continue. To either come up with a resolution, it's now in your hands, not in our hands as members. This was our mandate. Now we are here. Look at the document of this report. It's very clear. That shows that there's a job done. The job was done, and we have pinpoint areas that were loopholes. Those loopholes need to be covered. And who are the responsible? It is you. We are giving us the report. It's your report. It's not our report. We went through it and now giving it back to you as your report. So we are allowing to give it to you. So let's sit together and come together as members and come with the actual facts and things that can help us tomorrow, but not stop attacking each other. No, please. Let's stop attacking each other. My family, give me one. Let's work together as a team. And anything that we pass here as Parliament is us as a Parliament. Not even any other Parliament that is coming is continuity. Don't try to blame the former Parliament that we are here. For me, this seat was occupied by somebody, and he's no more here. I'm not going to blame him. I'm taking responsibility. It's my show as a member of the government Parliament. We are passing laws here. We are passing a lot of coming with act in this Parliament. Grant in this Parliament. So please, members, let's center ourselves into this and come up with a resolution that can guide us, and tomorrow we know where we are. Thank you.
Honorable members, I need your advice again. I still have some members to take the floor because, you know, our two lieutenants, let me say generals, are yet to talk. That's the left and the right side. And we still have some other two members whom I called who were not in the hall. And my attention is called that they are here. And they were, from what you have been saying, most of you, we need to look at this report again, and again, probably through a motion, mandate the committee to do whatever. All those things are to be done before we can conclude. And if those things are to be done, I have told you that I have sent word to the clerk that sometimes we may be late. What is his preparation? I am told that the clerk has made some order for iftar, yeah, some order. But if we are ready before this thing, just collect your iftar and go home. You know, what I'm trying to avoid is, for us, we are incomplete because we cannot leave this report after assigning a committee to do all this work. We just come and then just throw it out. So that's why we've taken that precaution. So what I was going to ask is that we will continue, somebody will move a motion, we continue to finish, which may be a little after 6. That, you know, after 6:30, if we finish before that time, then we are fine. Honorable, if it goes above 30:30, you cannot extend it. If we are delayed, you cannot extend it. But if you extend it to finish, if you finish even before time, you can go. Yes?
That we extend the sitting beyond 6 to finish business, yes.
Honorable Member for Sami.
Thank you. I seconded the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that we sit beyond 6 to finish this other paper. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. So we can now continue comfortably. Before I call Bikama North and Kantora, I will call the two people who were out. That is Gara West. Are you around? No, the whips. Huh? Honestly, but that is true. Honorable, can you please just go out and call the members to come in, please?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. And then I want to use this opportunity to thank the committee for a job well done. Honorable Speaker, this parliament has a very important report today, and it's a very detailed and comprehensive report. I would avoid repetition, and I want to be very, very short in my intervention. But I will say, if we take this report as we are debating, how serious we are on the debate, and then our resolutions also, if we capture them very well, I think this will be a learning curve, and it will change a lot of things in the future. Because what I'm seeing here is like some people are taking public institutions like they are in their own compounds. You can see you are tasked to do something, you go and do it anyhow you want. You will not document it. I give an example of the sales of some of these livestock. You go and sell half your briefcase, you fix your own price, and then you are not even issuing receipts. You are just having an A4 paper, you write and issue that to the buyer. That is very, very serious. It is like you are dealing with your own things that you have in your house. As a leader, you are entrusted to perform with integrity. But you go and do things that are not expected of you. So this is why I said we have to be serious, and we are serious, but let's also make sure that people are held accountable of what they do. You cannot take public office like your own compound, or your public belongings like your own belongings. We should stand very firm to avoid some things like this to happen again. We are counting a lot of assets here. But if these assets were put into good use, we'll move from where we are today. So let's hold the bull by the horn. People who are found wanting, let them face the justice system. Let them pay back, and then let them be punished by what they do. Honorable Speaker, look at page 272. It is telling you, paragraph 800, that the committee finds that the Ministry of Finance did not take a major role in matters relating to commissions. 800, page 72. The absence of the ministry institutional oversight, technical input was evident throughout several aspects of the process. The committee is of the view that the involvement of the ministry, particularly at the policy level, would likely have mitigated many of the anomalies later observed in the. What I'm seeing here, Minister of Finance was left out from the ministerial committee. And then you said it could be, or he was adversely mentioned. That was why he was not there. He was adversely mentioned. Mentioned on what? I want to know what was he mentioned for? I want to know. Also, I have seen that under Alpha Capital is you have recommended for, let me check, 257, page 257. What have you recommended on Alpha Capital on the agreements he have with the ministry? Because you can see there are a lot of, he breached all the contracts. What he agreed with the ministry, he was not adhering to that. So that should be, you should recommend something for that. He should be held accountable for that. He was not taking things on what he has agreed with the ministry or Minister of Justice, I can say. So I want to know what was your what can we recommend, because I didn't see that in the recommendations. I've seen findings or whatever, but the contracts that he signed, he breached those contracts. He didn't adhere to what was stipulated in the contracts. There should be a recommendation on that. Again, and page 280 again. Yeah, page 280. Yes. And the Minister of Lands also. I think I didn't see the paragraph. Sorry. 280. Page 280. Yes, the Minister of Lands also. Paragraph 832. The committee finds that the Ministry of Lands and Regional Government and Religious Affairs, as the principal policy authority responsible for land administration in the government, did not exercise sufficient coordination and supervisory control. You know, these are all things that, as a parliament, we should address. Because executive or ministries should work together. People shouldn't work in isolation, leaving the other ministry that have a stake behind. That is a serious lapses. So from here, for me, what I will say, I don't intend to debate, but what I will say, we should arrange something, concrete recommendations that will address all these matters, because we have so many institutional lapses. So many things that are not going the way they should go. People are taking offices like their own homes, I repeat again. So we should also set a bright example for deterrent for people not to do the same thing again. That is my only submission in this. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Gara West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Banjul Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would first and foremost like to applaud the Special Select Committee for definitely doing a very brilliant work in a very short space. You would remember back then when they came for Parliament to give them leeway to extend due to the tediousness of the work scope that was given to them. And it's also very important to note and to give credit to this August Assembly, because when we started out, we've been seeing people in the media, activists, among others, naysayers, saying that this National Assembly does not have the capacity to take up this type of inquiry. And I think we've proved everybody wrong, basically. Yes. Honorable Speaker, I would first and foremost like to touch on a few issues because I would like to summarize. Honorable nominated member made mention of it. First and foremost, I have a huge problem with the mode of appointments that were done because due process wasn't followed, because we've seen people being given appointments into the commission that have expertise that are far apart from exactly what the mandate given to them was. This says a lot with regards to some of the anomalies and the discrepancies that have showed itself here. Because if you give me a job that I cannot do, basically you're telling me, just mess things up. And that's what actually we've seen here. We've seen gaps in the institutional compliance. We've seen unclear reporting structures. We've seen absence of formal administrative manuals. You understand? And also when it comes to operational systematic issues, inconsistency in valuations as well. Honorable Speaker, I would like to take members to page 45. Under the January 10th, that is 140. This is where we've seen some of the most serious discrepancies when it comes to even the issues of irregularities when it comes to the evaluation. We've seen here that, for example, a total of 1.5 million units per animal would be $15,000, for example. And we've seen the amount at the column list was 13,000 per head. The discrepancy of 278,000 existed between the calculated total and that of the recorded total. And this represents the value of approximately 18 to 21 additional cattle at market rates, basically. So the committee received no explanation as to what these columns actually signify. If you look at, Honorable Speaker, in the case of Musa Sow, the committee had no consistent pricing method, so that there was no consistent pricing methodology was applied, and that the different cattle were valued at widely different rates without any justification. So this depicts a total systematic breakdown from the get-go, Honorable Speaker, meaning that the entire process was jeopardized based on the valuation processes. Because what we are trying to get is value for money. So the undervaluation of these items being undervalued actually jeopardizes the commission from the get-go, from even before we started. Honorable Speaker, I'll also like to take members to page 222. To page 222. Sorry. Sorry, just a second. Sorry, I think I made a little error here. Okay, no worries. Honorable Speaker, I would like us to go to page 154, 505, under the Interministerial Task Force. Page 154. Page 154. Yes, page 154. When it comes to some of the institutional gaps that we've seen that it is said in 507, that is Annex E, 505, that is Interministerial Task Force Report, Annex E. 507 says, it is against the background that the committee considers it is insignificant that approximately 4 months before the exchange of Honorable Njai and Honorable Tamberu, the latter vacated office. So we've seen that the persistent 508 says just to summarize, the persistence of the same administrative arrangements after a change in the office holder demonstrates the failure of the succeeding minister to reverse, to regularize or halt processes already rightly identified as unlawful. Honorable Speaker, where am I going with this is, prior to even certain appointments, it's evident that we've seen it here that based on the testimonies, that individuals have even met at Mecca and certain arrangements were done prior to even the process being started. So this is a very, 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 very serious issue, Honorable Speaker, meaning that due process wasn't done when it comes to appointing some of these individuals. If we go to 137, Honorable Speaker, page 137, oh, sorry, Honorable Speaker, page 148. My apologies. Page 148. Page 148. I just want members to pay notice to the issue of AMRC. The issue of AMRC. Honorable Speaker, here, that is on the administrative processes in the disposal of the landed properties. 477. The committee received evidence that the Minister of Justice, Honorable Abubakar M. Tambedu, that the decision not to entrust the responsibility of disposing of the assets of the landed properties identified by the Commission to AMRC. The committee in rebuttal observed that AMRC as an institution was not at all investigated at that moment in time by the Commission due to insignificant conduct through the investigation. The Assess Management and Recovery Corporation, AMRC, if you look at the rebuttal by the Commission, it says that we simply did not have sufficient time to conduct a thorough investigation of AMRC. So, and B, it says that the committee shall determine whether AMRC's existence is still justified. And then again, if you go to 478, it says here that there was no evidence before the committee that the executive carried out further investigation into the affairs of AMRC as recommended by the Commission. And later on, we've seen that AMRC, Honorable Speaker, was liquidated. So this would really serve as a highlight as to the legitimacy of even the liquidation of AMRC, Honorable Speaker, because here you will see that there was ill intent and also conflict of interest have also been manifested here, Honorable Speaker. Just to summarize, Honorable Speaker, we'd also like to thank the civil society organizations for coming up with the advocacy needed to prompt this particular inquiry, and also the media fraternity for also doing such a great job in investigating some of these things that landed this to the National Assembly. It's just important to also highlight that when it comes to ethics, Honorable Speaker, it's spiritual. It's not based on experience, because we've seen people that have held office throughout their lives being found complicit in issues like this, basically. And Honorable Speaker, it's also important that we wouldn't make due diligence without pointing to the committee itself some of the things that we feel that should be highlighted going forward.
You know, I have denied others because of the same basis. No, I would not be able to do that. I have denied, people made the same request and I denied them because, no, I will not be able to. When we are in other stages, you can come up with it. Not now, because it will be very unfortunate. Honorable members, I want to give the honorable member for Ganjambure some few minutes to say a few things.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I was really not willing in the debate, but then I think I need to add my voice for one reason or the other. Honorable Speaker, to start with, I want to join my colleagues to actually show appreciations to members of this noble house for entrusting some of us the responsibility to be part of the Special Select Committee. But then also it's important we highlight the fact that young people who were out there are citizens who were also very concerned, also rose on their voices to ensure that this very National Assembly would take charge and do the needful. And here we are today. Honorable Speaker, to start with, I want to start on page 289 and on paragraph 874 and 875, because for me, I want to believe that charity begins at home. And whatever we are doing here, if we fail in our oversight, then it means we're not really helping the nation in getting to where we should be. 874, paragraph 874 on page 289 reads, with your permission, Honorable Speaker, the committee addresses this matter with a measure of institutional restraint. However, in keeping with its duty to present a truthful and complete account of the issues arising from the inquiry. The committee finds that the National Assembly did not, during the relevant period, exercise structured and sustained oversight over the implementation of the white paper and recommendations arising from the Commission. The reason why I pick up this paragraph is for members of this August Assembly not to be emotional and not also to allow a recurrence of the past. The report is here before us. Everyone is kind of happy about the report, but are we going to take charge of our responsibilities in ensuring that the report is fully implemented? It's not about even waiting for the leadership to dictate how the implementation of this report should be done, but it should start from this very house by doing our oversight as expected. For example, the white paper was before the executive, but I'm not too sure if it was laid before this August Assembly. That is the Janneh Commission white paper, to help members of the National Assembly to do their scrutiny and monitoring as expected. So for me, my advice will be, henceforth, this August Assembly should take charge to ensure the full implementation of this report, and also to ensure that whoever that has been given a responsibility as an institution is able to execute his or her duties. If you look at the recommendations, Honorable Speaker, on 290 that the committee put together, recommendation 1 says, the committee recommends that the National Assembly establish a formal and institutionalized framework for the oversight of the white paper and government decisions arising commissions of inquiry and similar national investigations. 2 reads, the committee further recommends that the National Assembly develop a structured post-inquiry oversight procedures requiring periodic reporting by the executive on the implementation status, including measurable implementation milestones and timelines. The reason why I'm making emphasis on this is, until some of these recommendations are applicable or apply, we can definitely get what we want. Otherwise, we will still come back to the same house and start blaming each other. That is the exact thing that is going to happen. And to avoid all of those things, let's do our oversight as expected. Honorable Speaker, I also want us to look at page 101, 102, going down to page 192, that talks about the accounts. Let's look at page 291, which is more of closer to me here. That talks about 291, yes, 291. 291 under paragraph 282. 291 has different accounts about, no, 291 under paragraph 282. Yes. You look at the currencies, because it is a table, it's a diagram. You have currencies, amount alleged to have been embezzled, amount recovered, and variance. For me, the variance here, this August Assembly should do its utmost to ensure that they are recovered. Fine, part of it were embezzled, but again, part of it were equally recovered with outstanding balances. We should find a way out in getting some of these monies back to government coffers. Honorable Speaker, I also want us to look at page 101. Page 101 has various account details. Various account details with recommendations. If you look at paragraph 286, I read, it says the former president has about 22 bank accounts at EcoBank. About 22 bank accounts at EcoBanks with different names such as Westwood Gambia, Canela Group Investment, Palm Grove Africa Development, Jammeh Foundation for Peace, Cora Media Corporations. These accounts are dominated in 4 currencies: Gambian dollars, USD, Euro, you name it. Let's look at the recommendation, Honorable Speaker. The committee recommends that EcoBank provide a written explanation detailing why the accounts were left open or not transferred as instructed, including any impediment to the compliance. Furthermore, the committee directs that all recoverable funds be immediately transferred to the designated Jammeh Commission Recovery account at the Central Bank of the Gambia, and all related accounts be formally closed to prevent further transactions or administrative charges. This is giving us an idea that some of these accounts actually exist. And also, even at a moment when the Jammeh Commission wrote to EcoBank, you realize that there were gaps. EcoBank was not even responding. And they were responsible for the safekeeping of these said funds. What can this August Assembly do to ensure that every penny or butut is recovered without a compromise? On that note, I beg to take my leave, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Janjambure. I now invite the Honorable Member for Brikama North and Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the 8th May 2025, Gala went to the street to protest, even though without permit, for what they call to the demand for the full disclosure of the bias and details of the asset sales of the former president's assets. 27 of them were arrested. That's why the Public Order Act that was proposed to be amended should have been considered. It was that protest that sparked this particular good work that the National Assembly did. Following the protest, on the report of the investigative journalists, who should also be commended, the executive called an emergency cabinet on the 13th May. On that, the president, after the cabinet emergency meeting, the president addressed the nation. When the president addressed the nation, he informed the citizenry that there was ongoing investigations by National Assembly and National Audit Office, even though National Assembly was yet to even have the extraordinary to talk about the investigation. That can attest that the president was very much anxious and ready to act on the outcome of the investigation surrounding this issue. In the address, the president indicated that the findings will be made public and any wrongdoing will be addressed according to the law. He further emphasized that the recovered assets belong to the Gambian people and the government would not tolerate negligence or corruption in managing them. As well as he urged the citizens to remain calm and law-abiding and allow the investigation to proceed. Honorable Speaker, this was the firm position of the president. I would not talk about the report. The report speaks for itself. The onus now is action on the report. And this is the very position of the president. He means business, he means action, and this is what we are expecting that action to take place. The action is what we mean. This one is a special committee, special report, special action by the executive. It's what it's entailed. Having made that, Honorable Speaker, I refer you to 482 paragraph and 484 paragraph, which could be found in page 149. 149, 482, and then 484. The 482 talk about the membership of the ministerial task force, and then which is connected to 484, which reads, the membership to the said task force was established under paragraph 44 of the white paper, except for exclusion of the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. Was the Ministry of Finance captured under the said paragraph of the white paper, and why was the exclusion of that for the special task force? Honorable Speaker, I refer you to page 36, paragraph 128, paragraph 128. In that, we are informed one discrepancy of head of cattle, as well as 180 unaccounted for heads of cattle. But there is no recommendation surrounding this 180 unaccounted for cattle. I want the committee to shed light on that. And then I further asked, who was responsible for monitoring the livestock inventory records during the auction process? And also, whether independent verification was conducted to confirm the number of cattle sold at each farm before auction were concluded. Honorable Speaker, I conclude that this report, we mandate the Special Select Committee to prepare resolutions with timeline. And further, we mandate the Special Select Committee to follow the implementation of the report and periodically report to this August committee. That is the mandate we want to give to the committee. Yeah, I said I am recommending we mandate, one, for them to prepare resolutions. Two, we mandate them to continue monitoring to follow up the implementation of these resolutions and report back. Otherwise, there will be that vacuum. When their term mandate ends, there will be no mandate on them to act, to ensure that, and there will be no committee also that will have that mandate to follow up. And these are resolutions or recommendations that will be developed into resolutions that should be followed up, and periodic reporting can be done to the plenary. On that note, I thank the committee, and I also thank the office of the clerk. This is Special Select Committee, and special approach has been taken. This is the real parliamentary inquiry. I insisted that there must be leader council in this inquiry, and we had seen it, and it paid dividend. Henceforth, this is the nature of inquiry that this National Assembly is going to continue. I thank all the members who participated, the technical team, the committee, the committee secretariat, and all the witnesses who honored the invitation of the committee and participated in the inquiry. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bikama North and Minority Leader. I now invite the Honorable Member for Kantora and Majority Leader.
Thank you. Okay, Honorable Speaker, you have to give me 1 minute more because it's on 9. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, let me join my colleagues to give a special commendation to the leadership of the special committee, the members, the committee secretarials, and everybody for a job well done. Honorable Speaker, having said, I want to assure the minority that the President will stand resolute in terms of implementing every single recommendation that this Assembly would advance. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I want to refer the committee, the whole House, to page 25, paragraph 73. Secondly, there is the issue of perceived conflict of interest in relation to appointment of a lead counsel whose law firm, Bensouda and Co. LLP, was representing Social Security and Housing Financial Corporation, which will become a subject of commission of inquiry as listed in the legal notice. 74 says that, more interestingly, more striking instances, that the committee found that even after Mrs. Bensouda appointed as lead counsel, Bensouda and Co. LLP filed several applications and continued to appear against August Prom, the receiver appointed by the court on 22nd day of March 2017. Counsel Ananjai, senior associate at Bensouda and Co., who's assisted Ms. Bensouda, even led witness before the commission in public hearing representing the firm. And interestingly, the committee also are of the view that there is a conflict of interest. But of course, in a response, her position is that there is no conflict of interest in her view. It is not how to determine that. It is the committee to investigate this particular submission. Honorable Speaker, because of time, I will also refer the Assembly to page 32. The committee for the paragraph 106. The committee further received evidence of following the alleged slaughtering of cattle in Farato. The commission, through lead counsel Bensouda, wrote to the managing director of Gilma via a letter dated 6 October 2017, requesting an update on the livestock of ex-President Jammeh based on the fact that the court order 22nd May 2017 gave custody to place control over the livestock. 107. In evidence, Mr. Ibrahim Cham also alleged that following the letter of 11 October, the commission reiterating the agency's position on the court order lead counsel of the commission, Ms. Beduna summoned the agency to explain their inaction to the court order. Following his engagement of the lead counsel, she instructed that given the urgent situation, so we want to also know in what capacity is it the chairman that should instruct or is it the one that should instruct? Honorable Speaker, having said that, I will go quickly to, because of time, we'll go to pages 163, 163, paragraph 556. In the persistent effort to still release some of the landed property from the custody of the court, Attorney General Chambers filed another application during vacation, and a temporary file was opened to hear the application. The vacation judge, Justice Ibrahim Jaiti, granted application and released the following properties for sale. Honorable Speaker, let's also link to this, let's corroborate it to this other section here, that on page 164, 560, paragraph 160, the committee further note that the leased property that are listed are Precious Group, Blue Ocean Property, which one Ibrahim Ajati is listed as a shareholder of the company. So of course, the recommendation must also stand to make sure that to investigate such. Upon examination, the committee observed that while the biographical particulars and identification details of the other listed shareholders were available and traceable within the company register, the corresponding particulars of the stakeholders listed Ibrahim Ajati were not reflected in the register record made available to the committee. So therefore, this also should form part of another recommendation, a resolution. Honorable Speaker, I will go straight to pages 251, 51, paragraph 720. The 2020 arrangement, general observation. Instead of calculating the base of each individual sales, the committee note that the receiver takes post-determined fixed amount from the amount periodically. This contravenes the agreement terms and engagement of the receivership. 2, although the receiver report amount he has deposited in central bank, however, the committee also reviewed that the bank statement revealed the receiver failed to transfer funds to central bank as a recovery account after 72 hours as agreed, especially in the year. Next one, the committee also noted that the receiver made a fixed term deposit investment to incur expenses about 50,000 without the authority of the Minister of Justice. So these are serious, serious things that the Parliament should really not take it lightly, but make sure that this form part of recommendation. Why did Alpha Capital, went further to do such? Honorable Speaker, I want to also stand to align myself with the recommendation advance on page 257, 257, that receivership contract must be terminated immediately and all advertised sales must be put on hold because up till now, he is still engaged in business. The Alpha Capital. 2, the Alpha Barry must hand over all documentations of all warehouses, houses, and other properties to the Ministry of Justice within 2 weeks after tabling this report. Honorable Speaker, all these recommendations that Alpha Barry must submit a report detailing the status of receivership sales made since his last appearance before the committee, because it's also against the law whereby putting a fixed deposit in a particular account without knowledge of the government, and you are also making some gains in that. That is criminal. However, the committee has recommended for that action. Honorable Speaker, I want to conclude because I'm running out of time. People should not take public office for granted. When we look at this report, we've seen a gross misconduct, a broad day display of public officers trying to extort or loot the country at their advantage. How can you operate a legal farm? You are fighting for them to close another legal farm so that you can be given the contract. It's illegal. It's conflict of interest. And it is not within your right to say that I'm going to be exonerated because, for my view, it's not conflict of interest. That needs to be tested. People also cannot hide behind the law by setting aside a court order because of addressing some few people's individual interests. How can you be on vacation and try to set a court order without making studies to the previous decision, reviewing what has led them to actually put a court order on the sales to protect them? You didn't do that, but because of obvious reason, you went and put that court order aside. And interestingly, there are more revelations that emanated, trying to connect you as a shareholder of particular blue, I don't know how you call it, is it blue ocean or what? A property, allegedly, that you are a shareholder in that. So basically, we've seen the foul play here. It's not unfortunate. But I can assure you, the Mayor, that this report, when adopted, we are going to give it to the executive, and the president is up to the task. He said it, I am not a mother or father to anybody. Anybody who is found wanting, heads must roll. We are going to take care of every single recommendation, and everybody must be held to account. There is no cherry picking here. Anybody who has been adversely mentioned, whether they have recommended you or not, we are going to sit again and draft stronger recommendation for the executive to hold them to account. So basically, Honorable Speaker, I think probably you would give me extra 5 minutes. Let me try to deal with. Honorable Speaker, I will take you to page 257. You cannot observe me. You are too small to observe me. Honorable Speaker.
Just unfortunate that you decided to take this seat, but as leader of the House, I cannot make you all very equal. The majority and the minority, there are certain privileges they should enjoy because they have the power. Their power is you people yourselves. Anyway, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, give them 5-5. Then minority leaders, I will take for that one.
Honorable Majority Leader and Member for Kantora. Honorable members, we have come to the end of the debate. I will now call upon the mover of the motion to respond to issues raised, questions asked, and to wind up the debate. But you have a limited time. Please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First of all, let me thank my colleagues in the House.
I think you okay. Honorable Majority, you are taking, okay.
I first of all want to thank my colleagues in the House for a brilliant debate on this very important report. Honorable Speaker, the reason why we presented a report like this, of course, it is mandated that the report should be shared to members 5 days before it is tabled in the House, so that they can have an opportunity to read and also understand and perhaps also support the committee in providing most of the recommendations, so that by the time we are in chambers, some of the recommendations would have come from all of you, attach them to most of the findings that we have. We have about 888 findings, but we do not have 888 recommendations. And that was why, when the report is given to you, we were expecting at least more recommendations to come on the floor. The debate was centered on, some are political comments, but we would have expected that the debate can be centered on specific basis on the findings that the committee have seen. Notwithstanding, Honorable Speaker, I'll have to go through most of the comments. Of course, there were not many questions. Most of them have done comments on the report. Of course, they thank the committee for a well job done. We thank you as well. For thanking us. The mandate is given to us by you. So we have served you, we have done the work, and then we have presented the report. So Willie West, who is a member of the committee, started, and then he pointed out some of the things. Willie is sorry, rather. He pointed out inconsistencies.
Honorable, I hope you are not going to make every contribution, you comment on it.
Yeah, it depends on
the questions they ask,
yes,
you respond.
Perfect.
And that's all.
That's what I wanted to do.
Yeah, please.
Okay. I have to go through it. Questions came from Honorable Speaker, why don't you leave me to go through it, and then I will just browse through. When I get there, then I will respond. Yes, I think that's fine. Yeah, then I'll be going through the paper like touring the paper. That's what I don't want to do. Please, yeah. So the inconsistencies in the receivership amount deposited in the account, Honorable Member for Woolley is mentioned that, and of course you realize that it's captured in the report. We have captured the recommendation for the receiver, and it's here. If the report is adopted, of course, that will form part of the recommendation that is going to be implemented. And Opofuladu also faulted the Ministry of Justice. That one was a comment. Lower Salem observed and compared the asset declaration of Jame and also examined bank accounts of Jame. And then he also talked about the recovery of monies in the foreign account. He want to put a recommendation for the AG, the Accountant General, to look into those accounts. And of course, ask question about Social Security, who withdraw the money that Social Security was mentioned in. Of course, the money was withdrawn by Social Security. I remember when the issue came up, the former lead counsel took up responsibility to stand for Social Security. And when the case was, when they won the case, of course, the money was given back to Social Security by Augustus Prom. So just to answer his question, the money was withdrawn back to Social Security. Nyanija, of course, also made comment. There were no questions, but of course he said we need to take specific action on two witnesses, that is Aliu Jallo and Adama Jany. I can assure him that the recommendations have captured Aliu Jallo and of course Adama Jany as well. They're there. And these are specific recommendations as well. Talinding also made comments, and then he made a lot of comments. He did not ask questions, but those were comments. Of course, we thank you for those comments. We assure you that you have recommendations in the report. They're also captured by the wildlife issues you talk about. When we went to Kanilai, as a committee, we did not find most of these wildlife. But when the commission went there, there was a report. There was an inventory given to the commission. When we went there, we did not see, we only found crocodile and about two hyenas. This is what we have found there as a committee. So I don't know exactly why the commission did not find those wildlife in Kanilai.
Okay, if you don't know, that's why you are assigned. You should find out and report back.
Now, what I'm saying is the report during the investigation, the Director General of Parks and Wildlife, when he came, he submitted something. But for them as well, these animals are not there. They are not found. That's what he said. So where they have gone into the bush. That's what he said. They have gone into the bush. Councillor also made comments, and then, he talked about witnesses, Amadou Kora and Aliou Diallo and others. So we have taken statement from Amadou Kora and Aliou Diallo, of course, and Amadou's statement we all heard from the hearing. Although the recommendation did not capture him, unless if the committee wanted us to put a recommendation on him, we will, and then we will move on. He also said we need to put further recommendation on Aliou Diallo, and he also talked about paragraph 592, the exclusion of mafia. Now, Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs was excluded from the ministerial committee. From the findings that we have received, one, it could be on personal basis, but also on legal. The former Minister of Justice advised the cabinet that the former Minister of Finance, Mamour Ndiaye, was adversely mentioned in Jame assets, or let's say Jame Commission. So he cannot be part of the ministerial committee. That was the explanation. But the committee found out that the exclusion of the Minister of Finance was one of the reasons why most of the failures are also, we've seen most of these failures as well. Exactly. So he should have been part of the ministry, should have been part of it. If Amambure cannot form part of the ministerial committee, the ministry itself should be part of the ministerial committee. So the question was, why was he excluded? It was the advice from the former Attorney General and Minister of Justice. Young West also made comments. He talked about the unsigned copy of the ministerial report that was tabled in cabinet. The secretary to cabinet came, and then he gave us information about that. We have taken note of it as well in the report. That is why you were able to read. So, which should not have been done. We have captured it. The report, when it is adopted, of course, will form part of the recommendations. I mean, unless Parliament also wants us to form recommendation part of that as well, we can do. But the findings have captured it entirely. That is abnormal. It shouldn't have been done.
You go over these things, otherwise we will stop you. We are out of time.
There are not many questions, though. I mean, I've not seen many questions, few questions only. So that is why. Dr. Sales, appointed Alpha. So, Honorable Speaker, entirely what we have, except for the minority leader who asked question during his submission. I remember you have to bear with me, sorry. Yes, he also asked about the exclusion of Minister of Finance. That is explained. The unaccounted 400 cattle during the testimony. This was a submission by a witness. The committee cannot verify whether the 400 cattle were missing, somebody took them or not. But it was reported to us that 400 cattle were missing. I mean, somebody was slaughtering them wherever they were doing it, but it is reported. So it was a finding from a witness. So the committee captured that as part of the report as well. So minority further recommends. You want to? No. He further recommends that we develop a recommendation, of course, resolution for this committee to continue implementing the recommendation or the resolution that will be extracted from this report. And then on a periodical basis, we can report back to plenary. That is a recommendation by the minority leader. We can look at that. Cantora also commented, but there were no questions. Of course, Honorable Speaker, altogether, we thank the honorable members for their debate. They debated on the report. Like I said, it was going to be helpful if they debate on the substance, of course, the findings, and help the committee to get more recommendations that we can extract resolutions from as well. That is not done, but we thank them. The debate was fruitful. Of course, you have highlighted your points. You have highlighted your points. We agree with you, and then the report is before you for consideration. If we need more recommendations, of course, we can still allow members of the plenary to, recommend more, to provide more recommendations for us to put in the report and then adopt it. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chairman and committee members, thank you very much. Honorable members, let me put the question. Be resolved that this Honorable Assembly do adopt the report of the Special Select Committee of the National Assembly established to inquire into the sale and disposal of the assets identified by the Commission of Inquiry into the financial activities of public bodies, enterprises, and offices as regards their dealings with former President Yahya A.J.J. Jammeh and the connected matters. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, as we conclude the tabling of the special report of the Special Select Committee established to inquire into the sale and disposal of assets identified by the Commission of Inquiry into the financial activities of public enterprises and the offices in relation to the dealings of former President Yahya A.J.J. Jammeh and connected matters, I wish to express my sincere appreciation to the chairperson and members of the committee for the work they have undertaken in the service of this assembly and the Gambian people. The inquiry conducted by committee stems from the findings of the Ghana Commission, whose work brought to light important issues concerning the management of public resources. The National Assembly, in the exercise of its constitutional oversight function, deemed it necessary to further examine the processes surrounding the sale and disposal of these assets to ensure transparency, accountability, and adherence to the rule of law. Honorable members, the tabling of this report marks an important step in the Assembly's continued commitment to strengthening democratic governance and safeguarding the public interest. As representatives of the people, our responsibility is to ensure that matters of national importance are treated with diligence, fairness, and a sense of duty to the Republic. Honorable members, parliamentary oversight plays a crucial role in reinforcing public trust in governance. By subjecting issues of national concern to scrutiny and debate within this chamber, we reaffirm our dedication to transparency, accountability in the management of public affairs. Honorable members, before I conclude, I want to say this. This report reveals extensive fraud and abuse of office that you have all elected. In all the summation of all what honorable members said today, you all are on one direction, one line. Honorable members, you are the hope of the Gambian people. You are the ones they delegated their power for you to exercise oversight and be a brake on the abuse of power. This report is your biggest challenge. This report, as the honorable member for Banjul Central said, at the dawn when we were trying to put up a commission, a committee of this nature, this special select committee, they were doubting Thomases who believe that assembly does not have the capacity to do it. They believe that this assembly is full of either dunderheads or whatever. To my greatest surprise, is one of the finest reports ever presented in the Gambia. To you, Honorable Abdoulaye Cissé, Chairperson, Honorable Madi MK Bojang, MK Cissé, Vice Chairperson, Honorable Omar Ghani, Member, Gamme rather, Honorable, let me start again. I don't want to mix names because you've made everybody proud. Honorable Abdoulaye Cissé, Chairperson, Honorable Madi MK Cissé, Vice Chairperson, Honorable Omar Gamme, Member, Honorable Alhaji Mbo, Member, Honorable Sharif Sar, Member, Honorable Keba Lamfofana, Member, and Honorable Swaibu Toure, Member. This assembly owes you the greatest gratitude for a job well done. You have put us high on the world map. Honorable members, you must ensure that those who misappropriated public funds are held to account, while pending investigations are promptly referred to the IGP for investigation and possible prosecution. Honorable members, once again, on behalf of both sides of the Assembly, you've made this Assembly proud. We are very grateful to you. We will ever remember you people. When you were on the course of your duty, some of us were wondering what report is going to be produced because of some of the comments we have heard before. But you can raise your hands up, your heads high, and hold your report, and nobody would challenge it, both in content, facts, and otherwise. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable members, now, before I ask the question, there are proposals by honorable members from both sides that we task the committee further to draft a resolution. What I would say is they will first of all compile out of the report recommendations. They will make recommendations, compile, and each member will have the compilation that's extracted from the report. And they will make resolutions from these recommendations. And then we will also task them to continue to be the oversight over its implementation. And they'll be reporting back as said by the honorable member for this. I think this will help us because at the end of the day, all institutions are accountable to Parliament. But Parliament is not accountable to any institution except to the people, the electorate. Why were you vested with those powers? It's because of these jobs that you should do. So we will now call on the honorable member for Bikama North and minority leader to put up his motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to put a motion for the Special Select Committee to be further tasked to prepare resolutions from the reports, and then also be mandated to follow up the implementation of the resolutions and periodically report to the plenary for adoption.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker,
sorry. What is the problem?
What is trying to say a timeline for the resolution for them to report back by Thursday? Is that feasible? Yes. Yeah. So, okay. Then next week, Thursday.
No, Monday.
Upper week. Huh?
No, next week, Thursday.
Yeah, that's fine. Upper week, Thursday. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. And if I go by the calendar, we are adjourning April. This is 10th of March. Huh? We are adjourning this parliament 1st of April. Next week, Thursday, fall on the 19th.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Monday 23rd is okay.
Why don't we make it Monday 23rd to
yeah.
give them enough time?
Yeah, Monday 23rd.
All right?
Honorable Speaker.
Monday 23rd.
Monday 23rd.
Okay.
Honorable
Okay.
Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion.
Honorable Speaker.
Ije, Mbadu, Seni.
No.
Let me second the motion first. The motion has been already moved. No. No. Honorable the boy. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I rise to second the motion that the committee be taxed with recommendation or resolution and report back on Monday 23rd of March 2026.
Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded. It has been moved and seconded. Let's all look at her until we are ready.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Yes, I'm not against the motion, but already the ABC scheduled the agenda of this parliament. I think what he's supposed to do is that to refer it to the ABC to discuss on the day that it can fit for the.
No, but you know, Parliament reserves the right to withdraw the powers vested in the ABC and take it.
And more so, this one, this is supreme body.
Yes.
This is supreme body.
Have time. We don't have time to the end, so we just make the decision here. So, honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that this honorable assembly do grant the special select committee the powers to extract all the recommendations in the report, draft strong resolutions out of it, and report and be the oversight body over its implementation and report periodically on its implementation to Parliament. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, let's get it clear. We task them, one, to extract all the recommendations here and compile it into one small report for every member. Two, you extract also from those recommendations the resolutions. Have you got that? Three, now you are going to serve as the oversight over its implementation, and to be periodically reporting to Parliament, either quarterly or so, on the implementation stage of these recommendations. I think that those were the three.
You are not, he's acting. What I'm saying is, I said recommendations also made by members during debate, not only what is on the document.
They are found at various places. So to allow members to look through all the recommendations at one go, they will extract all of them, compile them into this thing for you people. No, that one, you know, those ones are what you have said. We are talking about their report. Their report is extract what is there for us. What you are saying is recommendations from members also be included. That will not match the date. This one is a summary of the report in terms of recommendation.
Honorable Speaker, let me guide. Let them do the recommendations on the report. Once they bring it forward again, this is the plenary. If you have anything that in mind that you can add to make it valid, it could be done. Once it's agreed by the Parliament, we will approve it. Thank you.
Ever. So, Honorable, we are clear on that. And Honorable, the more you go to read your report, the more you'll be prepared to add something to it. So, Honorable members, yes,
Yes, I don't know whether you've forgotten when are they to report. Is it 23rd so that they will note that?
No, we said it, 23rd.
23rd?
Yes.
So committee chair, note.
So honorable members, honorable, on that note, I now put the question. Be resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Wednesday, 11th March,
Speaker,
2026 at 10 a.m. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Yes, what are you saying? The Assembly stands adjourned until Monday. Left again example. You need a list.